cocoa. There is in fact a framework that guides our trade, the Ghana Cocoa Initiative. I was speaking to the CEO a couple of weeks back, and he appears to identify two major factors for which we're seeing this high level of disruptions within the supply chain. First off, the issue about other markets or third states paying higher prices to these cocoa farmers, the farm gate prices, which are relatively attractive in states that do not implement this traceability process, and the possibility of that shifting, the whole framework of traceability way into places where these farmers may be making more money. Don't you feel that if we apply the standards, these countries might take advantage of the situation, and then we'll see smuggling into other markets other than the EU?
On contrary, I think sustainability pays off, and consumers they are aware very well that they want to have a product that comes from the areas that are not associated with child labor abuses, that are not associated with the deforestation. So therefore, those certified goods, they of course are much more expensive in the market, but they also don't have a negative impact, especially on producers, large as chocolate producers or other products. Well, even if that certain product will go to different market first, and then it would try to enter EU, it would still need to be traced back to its origin, because the information that is needed to provide is very simple. It's the geolocation data of the farmland. So this is something that doesn't move, and for us the most important is the location of the farmland and the commodity that is being grown there. So therefore, even so, at the beginning, this is an exercise to do, and we understand very well, and that's why we are supporting also with the budget support. For example, for Ghana, there is 8 million allocated into different programs to ensure a smooth transition. But after, when it's done, this information will remain in the system for many years. So the farmers, even if the new farmer moves into certain land, he won't need to update it as long as he grows the same commodity or any other commodity that falls under the scope, because the land plot is the same.
Speaking about the average farmer, how does the average farmer become a winner in this deal?
First of all, I think we should not shift it onto the farmers, because the farmers, they do their job. And for example, with the structure of agriculture that you have here in Ghana, where you have the Cocoa Board, they are an umbrella organization who has the ownership over the farmland. So they know what's going on in which farmland, for how many years, when that farm was established. And I'm pretty sure all that data they do have, and all they need is to share it with operators who export goods to other countries. That's it. So I don't think so we need to put any sort of additional pressure on the farmers. Farmers, they are already part of the global supply chain. Providing their products, they already have to go and comply with a number of certificates that are different, that coming from the private sector and not necessarily delivers the results. So what we want to do is to streamline and have single certification system that the farmer wouldn't need to comply with God knows how many, and then basically get zero value out of it.
We need some education on the timelines. When is this policy taking off, and have you indicated this to our authorities so they prepare the Ghanaian exporter to be ready when you roll out?
So as I said, this legislation is not something new. It's my first time in beautiful Ghana. I wish I could come more often. But we had engagement with your ministers before. I've been into African ministerial meeting in Senegal. We had a meeting with your minister in Congo and Dubai. So the discussions, they were ongoing for quite some time, because we adopted legislation 2 years ago, and 2 years were given for a transition period. So now we're aiming to have the legislation running since the beginning of the next year.
Going forward into the future, what more partnerships are you running on environment, on sustainability with the people of Ghana?
Well, I'm very proud that Ghana is finalizing a very important VPA, FLECT agreement on wood mainly. But that would mean that you are the first country in Africa, and actually second after Indonesia in the world, who will have the certification of their wood, which is also extremely important and shows a real commitment into sustainability and traceability of the products.
Are there some more issues of environmental importance? You're talking about fisheries, for instance, which you've discussed with our authorities, that the Ghanaian side would have to immediately deal with in terms of sustainability?
Well, you know, we all face global issues. Biodiversity loss, pollution, climate change. And it has significant impact. And the measures that we are taking today, at the end of the day, they will deliver for all, because climate change or biodiversity loss respects no borders. And I cannot guarantee you that, you know, actions, for example, climate actions, Green Deal actions taken by the EU will mean that our farmers will have easier dealing with the climate change. Right. That's not the case. We all need to work in that direction, and I truly appreciate Ghana's leadership in many cases of such. Especially the latest leadership and innovative ideas as regards the curbing plastic pollution. I think that's an important signal that can be sent to broader Africa, to other countries, and Ghana can truly show leadership.
And speaking about plastics, I recall, you know, speaking to the UN rapporteur on plastics, who then told me about, you know, what the imminent threats are for countries such as Ghana. The fact that in no time we might be harvesting plastics instead of fishes from our oceans. How dire is the situation of, you know, plastic pollution? And what's the EU's position, for instance, on negotiations going around, you know, the internationally binding treaty on plastic pollution? These are all negotiations going on. Yeah. What's the EU's position on this?
So we fully share the same position that we need ambitious, binding global agreement on stopping plastic pollution, which treats the waste in its hierarchy, which gets rid of the products that are unnecessarily. And here we share very much the position that Ghana has as well, because it would be biggest disaster, not only for environment, but also it would choke any of the economic model of the fishers, of the coastal communities, if there would be more plastic than fish. And sometimes when you live sort of in the center of that transition, you think, oh, that's something unthinkable. But look at the plastic islands, look at the pollution of the inner waters that was unthinkable 10 years ago, and now it's a reality. So of course we cannot continue on the same pattern. We need to change the practices. I'm also happy that Ghana actively engages in circular economy, because the core of that agreement is not going to be only setting ambitious targets. We are very good at setting ambitious targets. We're not so good at implementing them. So therefore, those targets has to be fulfilled with concrete actions. And circular economy on plastic can be a concrete action, creating value, creating jobs here locally.
How do we feed that into the Green Deal of the European Union?
Well, Green Deal is something that was born out of necessity, but it has key pillars. One of those key pillars is, of course, our climate ambition, CO2 emissions, and all the actions to ensure that we reach zero by 2050. But also the second part is biodiversity loss, where we ensure that we restore biodiversity, that we protect it well, and we have a global action plan also agreed at the COP15. And the last one is the circular economy, which is extremely important to shift the practices from the current linear economy, which is very much into, you know, make, use and throw away culture. Sometimes you use certain things for a couple seconds, but they stay in our environment for hundreds of years. So therefore we need to change those practices as much as possible, and you know, they will be effective when not one country, not a block of countries, but the whole world picks them up. Therefore, that agreement being binding and agreed globally is extremely important.
We need to go, but if there's a message for the people of Ghana, what would that be, and what would you want the authorities of the state to be aware of?
Well, I think Ghana is well placed to be not only a leader in Africa, but also a leader globally. Sustainability is a topic which you can approach from different angles. And we could see that you find your angles that makes you comfortable, feel you comfortable, where you can put a leadership up front. We need to fight deforestation. We cannot allow for forests, global forests, to become from the sinks to carbon emitters. That would be biggest disaster. We need to hold biodiversity loss, and we need to ensure that the beautiful shores they would be full of smiley people enjoying clean sea, but not a plastic.
And indeed, when you return to Accra, we'll have some fish as well.
A nation in grief, mourning the loss of family, friends and loved ones. That is the story of Rwanda today, which is reflecting on the darkest period in the country's history, 30 years after the 1994 genocide. In spite of the remarkable journey of reconciliation, the country's leader Paul Kagame believes there's a lot of lessons to be learned from the past and to inform the future generation that never again will such atrocities be committed in Rwanda.
Our journey has been long and tough. Rwanda was completely humbled by the magnitude of our loss. And the lessons we learned are engraved in blood. But the tremendous progress of our country is plain to see, and it is a result of the choices we made together to resurrect our nation. The foundation of everything is unity. That was the first choice, to believe in the idea of a reunited Rwanda and live accordingly. The second choice was to reverse the arrow of accountability, which used to point outwards beyond our borders. Now, we are accountable to each other, above all. Most importantly, we chose to think beyond the horizon of tragedy and become a people with a future. Today, we also feel a particular gratitude to all the friends and representatives here with us from around the world. We are deeply honored by your presence alongside us on this very
This
heavy
week
day.
is being marked by reflection amongst Rwandans, both home and abroad. And that's why I decided to engage Rwandan High Commissioner in Ghana, Rosemary Mbabazi, in a conversation about the country's future while reflecting on the past.
I first of all want to thank you for finding time to speak to us, especially to share our experience as Rwanda. And as you rightly said, from 7th of April, Rwanda and the entire world is commemorating, and the UN has designated this day as a day of reflection. And why should we remember? It's actually, why shouldn't we remember? We are remembering the lost lives of our people, over 1 million and more, because they're still resuming their bodies up to now. even this period, we're going to be burying the remains of the people that we find even after 30 years. And so we are remembering their dreams, we are remembering their lives, we are remembering as we rebuild ourselves, especially the survivors who survived this genocide. It's also helpful for them to recover and move on beyond the trauma that they experience, especially in this period of time. Though we remember every day, it's only that this day is special for the reflection of the entire world. And we remember what happened in Rwanda in 1994, where we had a genocide against Tutsi, which was targeted the Tutsis, and this means that we don't want it to happen elsewhere in the world. That's why we say never again. So when we remember, we are reflecting on all this that happened. We are also rebuilding ourselves. We are also remembering the resilience of the Rwandan people to move on 30 years after the genocide against Tutsi, but also to build a future that is devoid of genocide again elsewhere, not only in Rwanda.
How do you respond to the feeling that this is not a period to reflect over and that we allow it to go with the past?
When we leave it to go and pass on as if nothing happens, it can happen again anywhere else. But if we remember, we pick out lessons, we learn from it, and we make sure that when we keep on remembering, it helps us to also heal, but also help that it doesn't happen elsewhere. So it shouldn't be passed on as if nothing happened, because something happened, and over 1 million people dying is not something so small that is minimal, and we minimize that we don't remember. So it's very important that we remember their lives, their stories, their aspirations, their dreams, and we live. As we live, they live.
In fact, even as we speak now here in Accra, there are a series of activities happening back home with the world watching on, heads of states pouring into your country and sharing messages of goodwill with the people of Rwanda. Your president, Paul Kagame, appears to have some concerns even about how the world views this genocide. It's not just a genocide, but genocide against the Tutsi. Why?
Actually, we are so grateful to many heads of state who have really moved and traveled to Rwanda, heads of delegations, international organizations. They came to be with the Rwandans, to be with us, to support us, because some of them have been with us over a period of time. And it is very important that we appreciate what they have done, especially visiting us. But of course, in this specific period of time, as His Excellency the President said, spare us this day. Out of the 365 days that we have in a year, 7th of April should be left to remember for us, rather than bringing in the denials, that genocide, and minimizing it and politicizing it. So it's very important that we have all the people joining us, because the story speaks for itself, and we're so grateful that the people, many countries have flown in, not only for the 30th commemoration, but even before. And it's very important because we keep our memories alive.
Would you say that your country has moved on 30 years on, because the feeling is, and that argument is being made based on what the president says, that it's as though there are some unresolved issues. The international community is being called out. What is the expectation of the Rwandan people?
Yes, we say we moved on, and we moved on really fast, especially that we are coming from the bottom and from ashes, and we are trying to rebuild our country. We're not there, we're not yet there where we want to be, but the journey is still on, but we have moved on. 30 years ago, in 1994, when the genocide against Tutsi was happening, everything was in total destruction. Schools were not there, hospitals were not there, they were all destroyed, roads, banks, you know, hotels, every aspect of life, every economic activity was also destroyed. And we started from ashes, we started from nothing. And when people visit Rwanda, you cannot even imagine it was the country that was in ashes in 1994. And so the country has moved on, and because of the visionary leadership, the leadership that is visionary, and we had a vision, and as a country we know where we want to go, and we're still on the journey. So we are one of the fastest growing economies in the world, not only in Africa. We also have installed connectivity in the country, fiber optic laid across the country so that we can connect our country and make business much easier, and also service delivery to the citizens much easier. We have also provided education system, because education is very key for the next generation, because we have over 70% are below 35 years of age, so it's a young nation. So education is an area that we have invested very heavily. We have universal access to education for all the primary and the secondary education. We have a number of universities, more than 40, local and international, that are already established in Rwanda. We have developed infrastructure. If you see, we have the most dense of roads on the continent that are really clean and very, very strong, that are durable over a period of time. We have established hospitals because of health care is very important. And also we have medical services, what we call mutuelle de santé, which is mutual health system, collective health system that is supporting every citizen in Rwanda is covered. So the mutuelle de santé, or the universal access to health system, is covering 98% of our citizens. So no one can fall sick and die at home.
I see.
They can be given these services, and it is also subsidized at a subsidized rate. For the survivors, there's a lot that has happened, especially that I said over 1 million people and more, because I said we're still burying our people. We had widows, we had children, orphans, whose parents all died, and they have nowhere to go. The government became the parent. We also have widows and widowers whose children all died. Actually, recently we were looking at statistics, about 15,000 families were wiped out.
So all of this is happening because of one man, the president of your country, Paul Kagame. Yes, he's doing transformational leadership, but on the other hand, he's facing criticism for using this remembrance period as a political tool. He's been responding to that himself. How do you convince the world that you're not using this dark part of your history to consolidate the regime of one man?
It's not a regime, it's a government that was elected. He was elected by over 90% of our citizens, so it's not a regime, it's a fully fledged government. And I wouldn't say we are basing so much about the international or the criticism elsewhere. Yeah. Everybody is criticized somewhere. And whenever you're doing something good, someone else is seeing something else. And we don't pay much attention to what others might be seeing in Rwanda. We are focused on our development. And what we focus on is our development. Where do we want to be, irrespective of the opinions of other people, because they will always be there anyway. Even at a personal level, you can imagine whatever you do, someone else is not impressed by that, can say something against it. And for you, you keep focused on track and where you want to go, and you keep on track. So we are a resilient nation. We are looking forward even to do much more, but still challenges are still there. I don't want to say everything, we have achieved it all, and we're still having, that's why we have Vision 2035, Vision 2050, where we want to develop our economy and develop our country and be more resilient and prosperous over years to come. So we don't dwell too much about the criticism. They will always be there, and we're not doing anything to impress anybody. We are doing it for ourselves.
But at least you have a very youthful population that are looking up to the leadership as we speak. In fact, you've served in that capacity, being responsible for the youth in your country, and that's coming into question because about 3/4 of your country in terms of demographics belong to that youthful population. What is the Rwandan story for today, and how are you giving hope to these many young people who are out there and waiting to see what the future holds for them?
I think also the president mentioned that at the commemoration, Kwibuka 30, Kwibuka is to remember. He talked about in appreciation of the young people for the great work they've been doing, and they've been the bedrock of our unity, a unified nation, and you cannot be unified when you don't have these young people involved. What we didn't talk about is about our history. How did we come up with all this? It was because of division, where all the citizens were not given equal rights, equal opportunities to whatever is happening in the country, equal participation. And what the government of Rwanda is doing is to give the young people much equal participation. In terms of education, they have all access, irrespective of where you come from, irrespective of what your fathers or mothers or relatives did, because even right now, those who committed genocide against Tutsi in 1994, they escaped into the DRC Congo, and they formed up an armed group, a rebel group called FDLR, and they still want the plan to come back to Rwanda and attack Rwanda, because their plan was to continue and wipe out the Tutsis completely. So they have not gone off from their schemes. But you imagine their families are in Rwanda, their wives, their children, their relatives are in Rwanda, and nobody discriminates them to say, because your relatives in the forest and fighting Rwanda, you cannot have equal access to it. And their children are getting educated, even getting government scholarship, because it is based on merit. And those who perform well, they get what they qualify or they are supposed to have. And so the young people have seen this, they are watching. And technology has made it much easier, and social media, they see whatever is happening, and they see it is in the interest of everybody, and there is no discrimination, and there is equal rights, access to opportunities. So the young people, not only being told what happened in the history, they also read, they also follow up to understand very well about their country, but also we have programs. As you rightly said in our previous work, back home, we're focused on the youth. We're in the Ministry of Youth and Culture. And our focus also was to empower the young people for the next generation. They're the current leaders and the future leaders. And so we see them really actively participating in all activities that we do as a country, actively engaged in policy formulation, actively involved in the implementation of these policies, because there's one thing to have a policy and the other one to implement. So if you involve them and they feel full ownership of what they're doing, they automatically have to be part of the implementation program. And so we see the young people.
And of course, moving that to the framework that we all belong to, of course, as Africans, we belong to other multilateral organizations which you share generally with the people of Ghana, and that's the Commonwealth. Even before we get to the Commonwealth, I want us to start off by talking about the special relations between Ghana and the people of Rwanda. What's your assessment of that relations so far, and where would you say we are now?
The relationship between Rwanda, that bilateral relation between the two countries, is very good and very strong. And it ranges way back in 1994 when the genocide was happening. The Ghanaian contingent at the UN peacekeeping mission stayed with Rwanda when the UN had given them instruction to withdraw. But the Ghanaian contingent stayed, so Ghana stayed with us. And so we are so grateful from that beginning. And we have been strengthening all this relationship over time. And as you recall, in 2022, in July, our president also honored and gave honor to the retired generals, the honors, the highest honor in the land, retired General Anyindoho and Adinkra, who are in Rwanda. They were really honored in our country as heroes because of what they did in 1994 when they were leading a delegation or a contingent in Rwanda. While other countries, and some few remained behind, the rest left Rwanda to be on their own. So the relationship that between Rwanda and Ghana is very strong, and our High Commission was established in 2020, and over time it has been growing. We have also seen growth in terms of trade. We're already having a Rwandan product on the market, Kabanga, which is very strong chili from Rwanda and very good and liked on the market. But also we are bringing in other products that is coming from Rwanda, and we see also products going to Rwanda. We also have a Rwandair, which is flying 4 times a week, and we see number of delegations going to Rwanda to visit for exchange program, for study tours, and also our business people are coming to Ghana also to learn and develop partnership with the private sector over here. It has been so good and growing much more. And we see our heads of state also spearheading the Continental Free Trade Area. This is the dream. They want to see an integrated Africa doing more business together and trading between countries growing much more and the numbers increasing. And we also see them driving very strong a program of manufacturing vaccination on the continent, where you saw His Excellency the President of Ghana and the President of Rwanda launching this program that is also going to be in Rwanda and Ghana. And this, thank you very much. As we said in the beginning, we are commemorating in Rwanda and the world at large. As you know, on 7th of April, it was recognized and endorsed by the UN and African Union as a day of reflection, and we remember the genocide against Tutsi. But beyond that, being held in Rwanda, we are also doing a lot in Ghana. We are planning a lot in Ghana, and we are appreciating all the partners that we've been working with in this field to make sure that happens. Besides, excuse me, besides being in Ghana, we also have other 5 countries beyond Ghana that are under our jurisdiction. They're also doing a lot. We have activities in Côte d'Ivoire led by our Honorary Council that is going to happen on 7th. They had activities, and also on 14th they're doing commemoration. In Benin, we also have a community there, and they are also going to do commemoration on 27th of this month. And in Liberia, they're also going to do commemoration on 8th of May. So in Ghana particularly, we're going to do a lot of activities, and we're looking forward to have you all join us. We'll have a symposium on 23rd of May that is going to be at Gimpa University, and here we're going to be speaking a lot about history, but also a way forward, forging a way forward to have a future where we say never again genocide, whether in Rwanda or elsewhere worldwide, but also to have partners join us in this awareness campaign of peace building across, and peace starts with you. Besides the symposium, we also have a Walk to Remember. The Walk to Remember I talked about, which was initiated by young people in Rwanda, and is being organized together with the UN family in Accra. We're so grateful to the resident coordinator of the UN who has been so supportive. We're going to have a Walk to Remember on 18th of May. It will be a Saturday in the morning, and we're looking forward to see all of you joining us. And we have a number of people that will be together with the Rwandan community in Ghana. So we'll be walking, and then we stop, and when we talk about the history, a little bit of it, and share experiences for people to know. Sometimes people hear in the news and they don't pay much attention, but if we have this walk, it creates more awareness, even to know what happened in Rwanda should not happen anywhere else. And then on 24th, that is the D-Day, when we will have the commemoration in Ghana again, and it will be at Wesley Towers, and it will be in Accra, and we're targeting to have all our Rwandan community, but also well-wishers of Rwanda to join us. That is 24th of May, and 23rd is a symposium on Kwibuka 30, and also 18th we'll also have the Walk to Remember. So there are a number of activities, including the engagement with the media that is part of the process.
Right. If there's a message for the people of Ghana as we wrap up, what would that message be, and what would you want them to know?
I would want to thank the people of Ghana who stood with us. They were well represented, and they were, the representative, the generals who were in Rwanda by then during the genocide against Tutsi were awarded bravery honor, and we appreciate they represented them well, but also we appreciate the continued partnership and support across this journey. And our other message to say, as we remember, we always remember, unite, and renew. We're looking forward to their continued support and working together as we remember our loved ones who perished in 1994 during the genocide against Tutsi, to thank them actually.
We have seen a lot together, and through it all, the faces here at JoyNews have looked you straight in the eyes and asked the questions you've always wanted to ask. We've been fearless but compassionate. We've been relentless with our probe. We have given you the microphones.
The boy they killed is my best friend.
We here at JoyNews are always honored to share each day with you. My name is Ernest Minu, and this is JoyNews. credible, fearless, and independent.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. Home Tips with Mira is all about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. So in today's episode, I am doing something very basic, something very simple, and that is frying eggs. Yes, but I'm adding a certain kind of herb to the vegetables that I'll add to the egg. And that herb is so common. In fact, it grows by itself. It's in our gardens. You know, at times when you're walking, you see it in cracked pavement, but it is highly edible. So before we do that, let's step out and then we will see what kind of herb it is. The leaves I'm referring to is parsley. I believe you have seen this before. In fact, it is not weed, it is a herb, and it is so high and so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, something that can be also found in fish oils like salmon. When you eat salmon, you get omega-3 fatty acids and sardine, and it is so rich in purslane. So when you see purslane in your garden or in your house, maybe it is coming through some cracked pavement, please don't uproot it as weed and throw it away. In fact, it has a lot of uses, both medicinal and for human consumption. So now let's look at how purslane looks like. The stem is a bit fleshy and it is pink, you know, a little reddish, and the leaves are also fleshy. And it has seeds. The seeds are so small and they are so black. So I'm just going to cut some purslane and I'm going to add it to other vegetables and I'll use it for my egg. Purslane contains a compound which is called oxalate, and it is so high in it, so it's not so advisable to consume it raw. You can just steam it or boil it and it reduces that one a bit. Just like, you know, how you would consume other leafy vegetables like ademe, like spinach, like kontomire. You know, you just need to boil them up a bit in order to consume them. So it is the same way with purslane. So I'm cutting mine and I'm going to use it for my egg. After harvesting your purslane, cut off the smaller stems and soak it in salt solution for about 5 minutes. This is to kill off any pathogens or living organisms on the purslane. Whilst you are doing that, then you can start to chop your vegetables. But for me, the vegetable that I'm going to add to my egg, I have red bell pepper, I have garlic, I have onion, and then salt to taste, and then I have a bit of cayenne pepper just to add some hotness to it. That is how I like it. And of course, I'm using my usual and regular coconut oil to do the frying. I've chopped all my veggies, including the purslane, and this is the raw purslane. You know, some people eat it raw, but it is not so advisable, like I said earlier, to eat it raw, because it contains something called oxalate, and eating it too much can, you know, result in you having kidney stones, according to research. So we don't want to have any kidney stones in our body, so we have to subject it to heat a bit. But let me just share with you how it tastes like in its raw form. Okay, it is crunchy and it's a bit slimy, and it tastes a bit similar to spinach. Yes, it's similar to spinach. So in frying my egg, I'm just going to put my oil in the pan and then add my chopped garlic just to, you know, whip up the flavor, because I love the garlic flavor. And then I'll put in straight my chopped purslane, because I want the cooking time to be a bit more. So I'll just wait for like a minute and then I'll add my onion and then the chopped red bell pepper. You know, as usual, I always do the tasting for you. So the taste of the purslane now, as it has been cooked, is a bit different from when I tasted it earlier, which was a bit slimy. So always remember to subject your purslane to heat, because that is a better way of taking it. And please remember that purslane also is so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which is, you know, good for your general well-being. It helps with your brain development, it helps with bone health, and you know, it boosts your immunity. And please, when you are using your purslane, wherever you get it from, whether in your garden or by the roadside, be careful, because you know, there's a probability that pesticides or, you know, weedicides has been used in that area. We don't want to ingest any poison into our body. So whilst enjoying your purslane, please go on my YouTube page to subscribe and share, and also follow me on Facebook. And remember to take very good care of your body, because that is all that you have. So please, until I come your way again next time, please stay positive and ready. Bye-bye.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from JoyNews and advertising some drugs are fakes? These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
If blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the JoyNews logo in the bottom left corner. With a real JoyNews logo, the globe rotates. If you spot a static logo, it is an indication the video you're watching is fake. Doctored videos often have slight inconsistencies. It could be in the audio quality, visual glitches, or even lighting. Listen to this audio carefully.
Johnson Haynes will talk about a drug from the USA.
You will notice that this is computer generated and lacks the natural pauses and rhythms of a human voice. You will notice something irregular at the edge of the head and the background. It is because the image has most likely been superimposed on that background. Another indication that this video is fake. Finally, always check who is posting the video. In this instance, the post is from a group calling itself Citizens for a Healthy Nation. When you click on the link, it tells you they are into advertising and marketing based in South Africa. This should tell you it is not from JoyNews. In another instance, the post is by an individual who describes himself as Paisano. But again, the page is labeled as advertising and marketing with a number that is reported to originate from the Dominican Republic and an 809 area code that has been associated with scams in the past. This is another indication the video is fake and not from JoyNews. Now that is how you spot the fake. So if something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts and double check before sharing or acting on any information. Or better still, you can report to the police or the FDA or come to our offices at JoyNews to verify any advertisement.
15th September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRE, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
5 out of the 6 affordable housing sites visited by the minister and his team are nearing various stages of completion, signaling significant strides in addressing the nation's housing needs. Notably, the Kpong and Tema Community 22 housing units are in the final phases of construction, boasting a combined total of approximately 1,007 single-bedroom units and 508 single and two-bedroom units. Kujo Ponkroma has assured citizens of equal access to these housing units, reaffirming the government's commitment to promoting social equity and inclusivity.
Done between 2020 and now, doing 1,072 units, I think it's a significant achievement. 1,000 units of housing between 2020 and now is a significant achievement. Number two, as I mentioned earlier during the technical briefing, we have to quickly complete the necessary processes so that within the next about 5-6 weeks, we can commence work on the phase 4, which will add to this 1,072 and bring us close to about 1,900. We have a housing deficit of about 1.8 million units across the country. So we have to run as quickly as we can to try and close it, because basic human needs, shelter is a basic human need. And government is committed to doing all it can to support for that to happen. Our strategy is to support master developers like you to do bigger projects. On the supply side, we are also looking to work with master developers like you to reduce your cost of development. Also have to put in place market mechanisms to ensure that it's really the people who qualify who get access to this. We don't want a situation where we do all of this, then the same rich people come and buy it and start renting it out to poor people at higher rates. And so as we do this, expect that we will take an interest in how the market is managed so that we don't have the same old rich people buy it and then now rent it at exorbitant fees to the middle class.
Very soon we are moving to phase 4. So when all is said and done, we expect to have about 1,900 apartments. Originally, when this place was planned, as under President Kufuor's time, it was supposed to deliver about 1,005. But we did some site redesign, so gaining about 400 units more to make it 1,009. So hopefully very soon work will start on that one, and it's done. We've tried to spread it around for every ordinary Ghanaian to access. So we have people from the private sector, we have people from the public sector, we have nurses and teachers that we did under special programs. And so that is what you see. And we just exited the showroom, which is a 2-bedroom. And then we have the 1-bedroom also there, which if there's time we'll see. So I think in a nutshell, that is what we have here.
We did this in 2009, 2020 or 2020. 2019 and 2020, yes. So it took us 9 months during COVID. We delivered 204 units, and government subsidized the infrastructure and everything. And so it went to public sector workers who are currently living here, and they bought it through mortgages from commercial bank at 12% at the time. And because it's CD denominated and it is fixed, they are still paying those rates, and they are paying as much as 20 years and below. So depending on how much is left on your work life, you could get that long. And there was no deposit taken from those mortgages, and they were specially designed mortgages for the people of Ghana. The phase 2 is a mix, for middle to high end. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the subsidy that we needed, so we had to work with that, and we were able to do 201 units. We introduced some apartment blocks in which we are standing in front of, and there are 14 of such apartment blocks. We have collaborated with the military, and so they have taken some of the apartment blocks for their people. And as we speak, all these apartment blocks have been bought by institutions for their workers and also for other projects like the REITs that government is encouraging. The phase 3 is actually also a mix. It's all going to produce another. So this 201 units. You know, we've done it in a year and a half.
So between phases 1 and 2, we have a total of what?
404
404
405 units.
And then phase 3 is going to have how many?
180 units.
So by the time we are done, we'll be coming to about
almost 580.
Yeah, about 580
and 590. Yes. Yes.
Additionally, the Tesano Security Services housing units are set to be completed by June this year to cater for the housing needs of various security services. Meanwhile, the redevelopment of government bungalows at Latabiokwashi has reached 48% completion.
We've been having these site visits and site meetings around about 10,000 units of property that are under development in various stages. You remember that in the TDC Affordable Housing Enclave, we've already done over 1,072, and we're just about to start work on the phase 4, which is about 800. In Committee 22, we've already done 300 and something, heading to about 400, and then they are going to start the next phase, which brings it to about 600. In Pokwase, the units that are supposed to be under development are up to about 8,000. They are behind schedule. Tesano, we've got about 320 that are almost completed. Here, between these two projects here, we've got about 100. We gave away 2 old government bungalows and got about 64 new properties in return. And here as well, another 2 bungalows given away, being redeveloped into about 48 units. So by the time all of this is complete, the projects that we have inspected in parts of Accra alone, and this is not all the work we are doing in Accra, this is just about, may I say, a third of the work we are doing in Accra. This should give us about 10,000 units plus.
A part of 7 blocks of 2-bedroom apartments, and we have 13 blocks of 3-bedroom apartments. In total, we have 320 units. Which we're supposed to complete by the end of June this year, 2024. We are talking roughly about 40,000 square meters of construction area. In addition to it, we have 18,000 of green parks and let's call it community utilities that people can go around and to relax themselves. We have mass and social community center just in the back over there with a event hall, with a senior lounge. We have classes over there, we have nursery office, and all the other utilities they need. In addition, in the other side, we can see that we have the structure over there. This is the kindergarten, which divided into 2 different classes. Each class has own kitchen and his own shower.
That's the one on the extreme end.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. His own shower and toilets. And in the back, we have independent substation and water reservoir, so it can be accommodate this neighborhood even if there is some electrical fluctuation or water outages.
What about the drainage system?
Drainage system, we have drainage system all around. We are separating between the grey water and the sewage water. Each one of them is going to a different system, so we don't have over volumes of quantities. And also it's good for the public segregation. We are going to construct over here a full asphalt road all around, inside and outside. It's asphalt, it's not surface dressing. We will conduct the asphalt somewhere around approaching the end of April. It will take us about 2 weeks. So let's say by the mid of May, it will be completed.
But the timeline is June?
The timeline from the project is the end of June, no matter what.
Okay, we're not going beyond June?
We are not going beyond.
All right, this is the 2-bedroom unit?
This is the 2-bedroom unit.
So let's have a look at the 2-bedroom unit, then we'll see the open green area, and then we'll see the community center.
The minister says he will ensure a swift completion of all phases of the housing units. Rejoice Semifakbesi's report for JoyNews.
You do not necessarily need to make a claim when it comes to the short-term one.
once a year the Sholavaram event will come. It was the event of a lifetime for us.
When hordes of people would flock to a T-shaped racetrack near Chennai.
Sholavaram had an atmosphere. It would be absolutely packed and crowded.
When F1, F2 and F5000 cars would take to the track alongside homemade specials and the humble Fiat and Ambassador.
The golden age of Indian racing.
And when a remarkable chapter of Indian automotive history was written.
The British had Brooklands, the Germans had Avus, and we had Sholavaram.
As far as Indian motorsport is concerned, Sholavaram is hallowed ground. A magical place and a magnificent era of Indian racing that simply cannot be recreated. Like most Indian motorsport fans, the stories I'd heard over the years only served to increase my curiosity about the days gone by. So I decided to meet people intimately involved in racing at the famed T-shaped track and journey down memory lane. Racing in India certainly didn't begin at purpose-built facilities. Like in many other parts of the world, it began with road races and gathered momentum with events at airstrips across the country. Yelahanka and Kolar near Bangalore, Sulur near Coimbatore, Lohegaon in Pune, Juhu in Bombay, Safdarjung near Delhi, Alipur and Barakpur near Calcutta, and Sholavaram to the north of Madras. And it was Sholavaram that became renowned, the Indian equivalent of the airstrip turned racetrack at Brooklands in the UK or the motorway racetrack Avus in Germany. Between 1953 and 1989, the 2 weekends a year of racing at Sholavaram were the highlight of the Indian motorsport calendar. Eventually, motor racing switched to the Madras International Circuit at Sri Perumbudur, where a machine from the days gone by awaits another shot in the limelight. This is Vicky Chandok. He's raced and rallied a variety of machines, including that 1978 Chevron B42 in Formula 2 spec. He's also the custodian of what's considered one of the best race prep Fiat 1100s that ever took to the track in India.
It was a showstopper, an eye-opener. The car was built with Formula 2 brakes, Formula 2 suspension. The car was built only for Vijay Mallya to race. The livery is as it was raced. The noise level on this car beats any decibel meter. Okay, there's no doubt about it. But to think that this thing used to rev to over 8,000 RPM in those days, I mean, it's a screamer.
And there's no better way to get an idea of just how much of a screamer it was than with a lap around the Chennai track. Vicky began racing at Sholavaram at the age of 15 and didn't hang up his racing boots for 20 years. He has both a driver's and a fan's perspective of what made the racing there so special.
It was great days. We, let's say, became home heroes because people used to flock to Sholavaram to watch. We used to have 75,000 people. So that was the alluring fact, magnetism of that track. It brought people from all over the country. Okay. We used to have 260 bikes and about 200 plus cars. Formula 1, you had Formula 2, you had the Surtees of Gondal, the Formula 5000. We had the Jaguar Specials, we had the SLK Mercedes, we had the E-Type Jags, we had Dr. Roy Rossi's 250 TB, the Ferrari.
And back in the day, to keep track of the many race cars blatting about the circuit, traditional timekeeping methods were put into action.
And all of them have numbers at the back. Each one was assigned the MMSC 60. So we had over 60 watches running around.
Wow. with timekeepers keeping watch on exotic machines from vantage points.
The variety of Sholavaram. Okay, it had its place in the sun. That's part of history. I'm glad to have been part of that.
This is Adil Jaldaru Khanawala, a man who bore witness to the early days of racing in India. He was a regular at Sholavaram since the 70s, as is seen in this photo of him pushing the Maharaja of Gondal Surtees F5000 onto the grid. And he's currently working on a book that tells the definitive history of Indian motor racing.
First All India Motor Race at Sholavaram began in 1958, and it went across every year till 1989. Bangalore was very sporadic, and so was Calcutta. Motor racing, it meant Sholavaram.
Racing wasn't broadcast on Indian TV at the time, so Sholavaram was the place to watch it.
Sholavaram was very simple. It was a T circuit, T-shaped track, 2 runways crisscrossing each other, one 1.2 kilometer long straight, 3 hairpin bends, 2 left-hand bends. What made Sholavaram tick? The most important thing was that 1 kilometer long straight, the grandstands were there. Anywhere you sat in the grandstands, you could see 75 to 80% of the track.
Just as popular with the competitors as with the fans.
There were people who worked, slogged, persevered, went without food and all that just to satisfy their craving to come to Madras for those 2 weekends of racing.
The allure of Sholavaram was the race what you bring spirit, in evidence from the packed grid of modified A2 Fiats. But there were also specially imported race cars and purpose-built racing specials modified and tuned in the country.
Tuner is not the right word. Constructor is the better word.
Okay.
Because tuning is there. These guys constructed the whole car.
So there was a lot of engineering prowess in the country at the time.
This is exactly what I'm telling you, that no one gave any credence to the cutting edge work these guys were doing.
Yeah.
With no facilities available to them.
This is Mohinder Lalwani, fondly called Chubi, ace racer and tuner par excellence, responsible for some of the most iconic Indian race cars ever built. And that's his daughter, Renuka Kirpalani, an automotive journalist and currently the fastest Indian woman in the world.
At Sholavaram, the pits, which were the pits, is the word for it actually. There was no electricity, there was nothing, and everything was makeshift.
That's what I mean by raw.
And it was in this makeshift environment with hay bales bordering the track as a safety measure that home-built specials like Chubi's DBTA special competed wheel-to-wheel with purpose-built race machines like Dr. Rossi's Ferrari 275 GTB-C.
67, there was a race at Juhu. So I had a herald, I prepared the herald and I entered. Came second in the races that I entered. I said, not bad. First time out, not bad. And it so happened that Ajaypad Singhania was there in the spectators. He said, come on, I'll sponsor you guys.
Chubi's first outing at Sholavaram was in 1969 when he had early success. But it was the following year in a 1000cc Herald that he truly struck gold.
In 1970, we went to Sholavaram and literally wiped the board. We entered every race that we could, including the open class, this class, and we won all of them. It took us by surprise because we had a 1000cc Herald and a full race modification, and we entered the open class races where all these people who had these 3-liter, 4-liter engine cars or whatever they were. And I thought, well, let's see what happens. But we just won everything.
He's being modest. With Dad's cars, not only were they quick, but the handling was something where you could really push the car to its limit and you still felt so sure. I mean, dynamics was what he did with the cars, it's hard to beat.
Chubby also played a key role in developing the Formula Indians, which became the bedrock of Indian motorsport for several years.
Formula Indians came much later. Actually, I wrote the rules for that. That was 1977, I think, 76, 77. I built first Formula Indian was for Taras Bathena. This had fiberglass body. Yes. For the race, you put on the fiberglass body, doors, dicky, everything. You could take this fiberglass off, the doors off, everything off, dicky off, and put the steel body and everything and use it on the road. The idea of the Formula India was that it could be a road come race car.
But what set Chubby's cars apart?
Unfortunately, at that time, everyone concentrated on engine only. The cars that I prepared, well, not only went round corners very quickly as well. And it was a wake call for them. And I can tell you that they woke up fast. The Coimbatore people, they woke up very fast. They started preparing good cars after that, and they became difficult to beat after that.
Another genius, Pratap Bobby Jairam, a Bangalore-based racer and engineering wizard. Son of legendary racer and car builder A.D. Jairam. Bobby is known for designing India's first electric car, the Reva, and also for putting a Hayabusa engine in the back of one to turn it into a drag racer. He first got a taste of racing in the go-karts his dad built, and then at hill climbs in and around Bangalore. But like with everyone else, racing at Sholavaram remains special to him.
79, 81, somewhere there. You can see goosebumps. Yeah, it was a fantastic feeling, and it was till such time that I got into it, it was more like anticipation. First week of February was something which you could look forward to, like how you look forward to Christmas. It's a guaranteed affair, and it was a big affair. If you go driving down to Sholavaram, you will see, in those days there were hundreds of buses. The crowds that were there were unbelievable.
For Bobby, racing at Sholavaram was also a matter of living up to the high standards his dad had set for the family.
He had a legacy of winning, things like that. And you need to keep that thing going at a stage. After he stopped racing in 81, so then the mantle was passed on to me, and then I had to maintain that, and thankfully we've done that over I'm still racing today. There was a whole lot of cars being prepared at home. My uncles were the winning cars for many years. This Group 2 trophy hasn't gone out of our house. Now, my mother used to participate along with the men as well in Sholavaram. The first stages of her racing was she started racing the Super 10. My mom, I don't think she had a choice once she got married.
And when it came to preparing his own cars, he followed a couple of simple rules set down by his dad.
And then after that, my uncles will be there. He taught us one thing. He said, don't worry about the competition. Just make sure that you are faster than what you were last year. So there were some stages where we used to offer our this year's racing winning engine to somebody else and come back next year and beat him again. When people claimed that they had the fastest car, me and Curry decided, okay, we'll drive the Ambi as well. So I sat and prepared the Ambi. That was a close race for the first year, but we were in front. And then to just prove a point that we are quickest, I won all the races, that is Sholavaram, Calcutta, for 3 years in a row. And once we did that, then we said, okay, now you know who's the quickest Ambi.
Another reason Bobby has such fond memories of Sholavaram is because of an Indian motorsport legend who to him was simply a friend.
The greatest motorsports friendship I had was with Curry. I wouldn't say motorsport friendship, I would say the greatest friendship itself. He had a heart of gold.
The late Suntaram Karivarzan, fondly called Curry, was a huge influence on much of the racing fraternity, Bobby included. But he was also solely responsible for bringing several people into the sport. This is C.K. Jinan, whose friendship with Curry led to a successful but clandestine motorsport career that he kept hidden from his parents for several years. A sideways specialist whose skills Curry honed.
My racing career is completely thanks to Curry, actually. All I needed to tell him was, Kari, I want to take part in this event. It was a rally, the car is prepared for that, the service is arranged, he would send his mechanics, his vehicles as backup support. It was just so fantastic for me that I don't think anyone has had it so good in, thanks to him. Why he did it for me is always a mystery.
Curry was known for being an ace racer, tuner, car builder and champion of motorsport. If it hadn't been for the foundation he laid encouraging younger talent to compete and also building the Formula Marutis that made racing accessible to a generation of Indian racers, the landscape of Indian motorsport would be different today. He was a revered soul at the racetrack.
He was not just respected, loved by most people. Among the racing people, they knew him as a builder, preparer, racer. The audience, everybody knew him as one of the top racing drivers in the country.
Curry was one of the first people to bring down state-of-the-art racing machines to India, like the Formula Atlantic, in which he went wheel to wheel with the likes of Vicky Chandok.
Men and machines mind of burning the tracks here.
But most importantly, he's remembered for being a magnanimous human being whose generosity knew no bounds at the racetrack, embodying the very spirit of Sholavaram.
I think almost maybe about 80% of the people who raced would have taken some help from Curry to fix something. He did not differentiate between people.
And Jinan was no stranger to the spirit of generosity, recalling the time Curry gave him his Formula Atlantic to drive.
He said, do you want to try driving this? I mean, I couldn't believe it. No, go drive it. I asked him, are you sure? He said, yeah, sure, go ahead. I had a ball driving it around the track. Some of the boys from Kerala had come. They asked Curry, sir, can you come? We have a drag race. Nobody has seen a Formula car in Kerala. Suddenly he turns to me and said, hey, your country, you take the car in. I was quite shocked like that. Curry said, don't worry. He told them, don't worry, I'll send the cars. And he sent that with his mechanics and sent it to Cochin for me to drive. Can you ever imagine somebody doing something like that? It was just...
How did you do?
I won, of course. There was no competition.
But amongst the sea of trophies, there's one memory and one piece of memorabilia that stand out.
During the 50th year of Sholavaram, Group 2, Vidya Prakash is there, and of course everybody called him God. When he is there, you race for second place. A few laps from the start, he had a problem and he pulls over. And I have a huge lead over him, which continues to the last U-turn. I can see that guy standing there with the checkered flag. And there's spit back which came up through my bonnet thing. For a moment, I thought that was a fire. It was a drop valve, but because of the fire, I stopped. I could have just driven by and still won with 3 cylinders. And the funniest part was, I take the fire extinguisher, go open the bonnet, and I realize I don't know how the fire extinguisher works. And Curry made a souvenir for me for that race. And the valve is dropped. So he said, keep it for your memory.
This is Subhash Chandra Bose, better known as Bullet Bose, a nickname he picked up at the racetrack. He's a fount of racing knowledge, anecdotes, memories and more. A man whose name is inextricably linked to the Sholavaram track and for whom the call of the racetrack sounded very specific.
I didn't want to become a hero. My main thing was that thump of that motorcycle. That is the one which caught the whole thing. And then I decided that day when I went and saw this bike, I also have to become a racer. I also have to ride these bikes. Even though I knew that I never had a single penny in my pocket. But my dreams were very high.
It was these dreams that led to Bose being able to rise through the ranks of Indian motorsport. But victory against the factory teams as a privateer helped him enter the record books in 1974.
Open classes where all the factory bikes are there, highly tuned bikes are there, and it's a 50-lap race. It's a test for the man and machine because heat is also there, endurance, so many things. That is the time I got recognized.
And in 1976, now riding for the factory Royal Enfield team, he beat the then top dog Bhaskar Rao, who held the title Bullet Bhaski. The victory resulted in Bose being crowned
Bullet Bose. The title was given to me. Bullet Bose is now the hero of Royal Enfield and the legend of the Sholavaram race.
But it wasn't just for his prowess on a racing bike that he won the hearts of people. Bose recalls one race win after which fans thronged to his bike and left him puzzled by thanking him instead of congratulating him.
You know, there's 50,000 people sitting in the stands. For them, their entertainment was betting. So a lot of people betted on my bike. They say bike number 5 is going to come first. So the people who won, they all came and thanked me. It was a different experience.
Bose credits his racing career to the people who came before him, like the founders of the Madras Motorsports Club who actively encouraged him to race and showed him the ropes.
You know, those days all push start, not live start. They used to tell me how to push start the vehicle, how to sit on the vehicle, how to brake, how to take a corner, all this. And riding the Lambretta scooter was so scary because it had a small wheel. And you can see the wheels going up and down, no suspension. It was so scary, but you know, some guts was there. I don't know how to tell. That made me go around the track.
And they needed guts aplenty to go blisteringly fast with nearly no protective gear.
You know, these are the helmets we used. My number 5, only jeans, jacket and things, no boots.
And after all these years, Bose, like many others, misses his time at Sholavaram.
100%. Every time we'll say, oh, anybody we meet, that old people, we only talk about what time we had, all the Sholavaram race times. That will never go out of our memory at all.
And we had a chance to witness this firsthand. V.S. Raghavan and Bullet Bose haven't met each other in decades, but during the course of our filming, the two friends reunited.
Once a year, the Sholavaram event will come. It was the event of a lifetime for us. We used to buy new clothes for that. we used to get dressed up to go to Sholavaram, right? The women and the men will look their best.
And as a young man in the grandstands, he certainly had his favorites.
Yeah, Bose, go on, go. He was a force to reckon with. He was doing victory after victory after victory. Bullet Bose is on the track, he'll win it. I don't want to say this. After the Sri Lankans came and I got a little biased. I started supporting them. Not on Manx. He's gone to the other end of the tree, you can hear you can hear him 4-stroke.
Sadhu Asami came from Japan.
Motorsports Club Sholavaram was attracting people from other countries.
All over the world.
There was a German racing team, two-wheeler racing team had come.
Of course, it wasn't just motorsport royalty that helped draw in the crowds. India's rich and famous, like Vijay Mallya, former owner of the Force India Formula 1 team, raced a host of exotic machines from Porsche 911s to an Ensign Formula 1 car back in the day. Plus, we had actual Indian royalty at the racetrack.
Vadwan, Kumar of Gondol. I think the Maharajas got attracted because they had the cars and they had the money. So they got attracted to the sport. It added a certain glamour and to the charm of the racetrack. And we were there to lap it all up, all of us. What I'll do to turn the clock back? Na Babu?
Huh?
What we'll do to turn the clock back, to go back to those days?
Very difficult.
I know it's difficult, but we had good, clean fun.
1989 was the end of racing at Sholavaram. The track was returned to the Indian Air Force and racing switched to Sri Perumbudur. But with Formula 1 broadcasts available, interest in domestic racing waned and the crowds disappeared. Nonetheless, I was able to visit what's left of Sholavaram to undertake a motorsport pilgrimage and drive one lap of the old T-shaped track. all the while thinking of the people who once raced there and whose memories painted a rich picture of the days gone by. Stories of epic battles.
On the last lap, the first left-hander, I looked at him, he was coming down the main straight. Lack of concentration, I spun. Went in backwards into the stands, and there was Malia who won the Grand Prix.
Of motorsport controversies.
The first and the only time we had a strike at Sholavaram. I led the strike.
Of a time that cannot be replicated.
We raced in an era where, we were, when the sport was a sport.
And even as I turn the last corner at this hallowed track, I'm aware that when it comes to stories from Sholavaram, I've only just about managed to scratch the surface.
And more automotive tales next time on Rev.
Polygonal RC Boys, situated at Polygonal in Accra, is over 90 years old, and many elite Ghanaians have passed through the walls of that school. It produced many great men and women because it started as a boys' school, it became a mixed school, and later it was reverted to boys' school, purely boys' school. And over the many years, their academic performance has been the envy of the many schools within the community. However, we have faced too many structural challenges.
I'm a student of Ghana-Rwanda boys, and our major problem that we are facing is lack of protection, security. Our walls have collapsed, and this gives way for students to come in and out of the school. Some sleep in the school. Some also go to the extent of having sex in the school, which is disturbing our education. Some of my companions also run out of school, come to school late, and do different things in the school.
Our security is really a challenge for us. We have so many outlets in the school. When you go behind the KG block, you could see that we have a wall that is broken, and the wall is sharing this thing with we share boundaries with a cattle rearing ranch over there, and because the wall is broken, they easily get access to the school. We have mad people in the school, places that are meant to burn rubbish. People have taken it as their source of shelter, and they are sleeping in it.
For Roman Catholic boys here, is an old school in Koligo, and the place is not properly controlled. So people just come out from all walks of life. People, mad people, abnormal guys normally come to sleep here. You see, because nobody is checking them for any reason. You see, but some people also come here Sundays in the afternoon or in the morning and go back home in the evening. But people also sleep here, you see, because the walls and the fence all over here is damaged, and there's no security man to tell anybody that go or come. So they are doing whatever they like over here.
If we are able to secure the wall and we are able to put a gate there, I feel that we will do much better than we are doing now. We appeal to the general public, philanthropists, men and women of goodwill, and people who believe in quality education for our children. Please come to our aid, assist us, so that together we can build the next generation for Ghana. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone, and warm welcome to Business Live. Coming up, Ghana's bilateral creditors soon issue formal statement on deal reached to restructure their debts. Meanwhile, IMF is hopeful Ghana will finalize MOU with bilateral creditors.
As of now, there is no MOU with bilateral creditors, but we know that there have been intense discussions in recent weeks, and those are continuing, and we're very hopeful that there will be agreement with bilateral official creditors.
We are live in the Washington, D.C. for the latest updates. Also in this bulletin, Ghana's oil production is expected to rebound in 2024 with an anticipated increase of 50%, and we shall be discussing the prospects of this projection on the fortunes of the oil industry. Plus, CD depreciation having an impact on the already struggling poultry industry as cost of feed shoots up.
So our cost of production, the greater, about 70% comes from cost of feed. And because the inputs are very expensive, the other ingredients are being affected by the dollar rate.
Details of these and many others lined up for you. Please stay. Thanks so much for your company. I am Pius Kojobaka. For our very first story, the International Monetary Fund has indicated that it is hopeful Ghana will finalize a memorandum of understanding with bilateral creditors on debt restructuring. Ghana has secured a deal with these creditors with a formal statement expected soon. Responding to a question posed by Joy Business during the Africa Regional Report in Washington, D.C., Africa Department boss Abebe Selassie said they are aware of some significant progress being made on the deal.
As of now, there is no MOU with bilateral creditors, but we know that there have been intense discussions in recent weeks, and those are continuing, and we're very hopeful that there will be agreement with bilateral official creditors. To be clear, they have provided financing assurances, though, and that remains in effect, and so we're not envisaging that it will be an issue for our ability to conclude the next review and provide the disbursement that's pending. As we noted, we've reached staff level agreement, and that's by far the most important component for the review. With respect to commercial creditors, I think we are grateful that the government shared with us some of the terms that were under consideration. Staff has provided an input on whether these terms were consistent with program parameters, and the government has decided that they would not pursue this deal just yet. Again, I think we're very hopeful that there will be movement and that they can reach agreement consistent with the program parameters, helping lower Ghana's debt burden at the right level, and avoiding, of course, people of Ghana having to make too much sacrifice.
And I would like to take you straight to Washington, D.C., where my colleague George is monitoring events for us there. Thanks so much, George. And George, I want you to help us with some clarity on this development. In one instance, the IMF is saying that there's no MOU now. In another situation, Abebe Selassie is saying progress has been made. And the last, of course, has to do with the financing assurance. Clarify that for us.
Pius, this negotiation is based, if you can hear me, Pius.
I can, George.
Yeah, this negotiation, actually, it's a long haul. So the IMF often doesn't wait for everything to be finalized before it goes ahead to do what it has to do. First, in January, there is that agreement in principle. In that discussion, when I asked him that question, that they are aware that significant progress has been made on this deal. And another critical thing that Pius provided was that they have gotten the financing assurance. So it means that that is what they needed to go to the board. It means that it is true that a statement could be coming out very soon on that MOU being signed. And if the financing assurances is anything to go by, then they will progress with what they have to do by putting together the staff report that they have to put together, and then go to their management, and then go to the board of the IMF for them to approve the completion of the second review that will lead to the release of some $360 million to Ghana.
All right, so I guess then it means that this then, gives Ghana the room to unlock the $360 million it's seeking from the IMF, right?
So he was right on that one. And even though he started to clarify that as we speak right now, they have not gotten that MOU signed by the two parties. They have gotten that financing assurance. And that is what they will take to their management and their board, all other things being equal, somewhere in June this year, to unlock that $360 million. So it appears that if the words of Abebe Selassie, who is the African Department Director, has anything to go by, it appears that they are going to go ahead and take their report to the management and board for that $360 million to be released to Ghana after completing the second review at the staff level, Pius.
And what more can you tell us about discussions with the private and commercial creditors, George?
Well, again, from that comment, he gave us that, and Pius, you don't get that indication that there is a deadlock. They themselves, if you engage them off record, they are surprised as in how things are progressing. Even though the fund rejected the initial terms that government agreed with the private creditors, it appears that government has quickly gone back, trying to rework the terms, and they think that things are progressing very, very well. But that is not a critical ingredient for the second review. The second review is more about the bilateral deal. It looks like this thing about the Eurobond holders will come up maybe in the fourth review. But it looks like, Pius, engaging all the actors involved off record and on record, things are progressing very, very fast.
And I know you've also been engaged in the head of Ghana's mission in Washington, D.C., Stefan Rode. What has he been telling you?
Well, Stefan Rode has been talking about how this program has progressed really beyond the expectation, doing so well. And if government should stick to the program conditions, he can then confidently say that we have seen the West, and going forward, they think that growth is going to rebound strongly. They may be an average of 5%. Another thing that he sought to clarify also that all the numbers that were captured in their fiscal and economic outlook report were more of like based on old assessment, rather than factor their current assessment. So it appears that they are quite bullish about the economy, Pius.
Grateful, George. You do monitor events for us and keep us updated in our subsequent bulletins. George, you are Joy Business Editor there. Now, let's also bring in economist Dr. Patrick Isumin. He is an associate professor, I should say, Patrick Isumin, who has joined us on this development. I know he's been following keenly in relation to this debt restructuring. Thanks so much, Associate Professor Isumin. Now, good to know some significant progress has been made in terms of Ghana reaching an agreement with its bilateral creditors. What are we currently awaiting now is the MOU to solidify this agreement. An impressive move so far.
Good evening to viewers. I'm not sure if I will classify this as an impressive move. I think once we had the framework agreed all the way back in January, I think it is expected that by now we would have made that much progress. So I think if we are that close to the MOU, then that's great. But until we put pen to paper, we cannot begin to celebrate it. I think we have to finalize all the agreement and put all the I's and cross the T's before we know we have arrived.
And for how long can we wait for us to have this MOU?
I mean, when you hear the comments coming from both the IMF and the government side, you get a sense that we are very close, and that probably most likely in May, whenever there's an IMF board meeting, you get the sense that by then the MOU would have been signed and Ghana will be ready to submit the second SLA.
Then there's no time to jubilate yet until we get that official communication or MOU from both parties, right?
It's never time to jubilate as far as, as long as we are in this program. I mean, I think from the IMF point of view, we've made a lot of progress. And the indicators clearly, the macro indicators shows that we've made progress. But I think you and I will agree that, ordinary Ghanaians wouldn't feel that kind of progress. So, yes, but in terms of the program, and what the program wants to achieve and the indicators, yes, it's going to be good progress for the program, because then more release will come. Don't forget that in recent times, the cedi has become wobbly. It's become extremely weak after holding up rather well last year. Now it's beginning to show signs of trouble. So I think having all those agreements and having those additional releases will be very helpful.
Again, we heard Habibi Selassie expressing optimism about we making some significant progress. But how critical is it for us to get this $360 million to ensure the sustainability of the program?
I think when you read the statement issued by Stefan Rode when announcing the staff level agreement for the second review, it says that we need that MOU with the bilateral partners to submit the SLA to the IMF board. So it's clear, if we don't get that MOU signed, this is not going to the board for approval. And once we get that one, once we get the MOU signed, it will clearly go to the board and the board will approve it. So the funds will come in early. I think the other comment he made had to do with the bondholders, which, to be honest, I was quite surprised that even though the agreement was eventually rejected by the IMF, I was quite surprised that there was some modicum of agreement at this stage. But so I think that's for the longer term. That is for us to be able to conclude the debt restructuring, see where we are, how much savings we would have made. And don't forget, the government also needs to resume some of the infrastructure projects that have been suspended because of the debt operation. So I think all of those are going to be very helpful going forward.
Very well. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Patrick Isumin. We are grateful speaking to us here on Business Live. Let's shift focus to some other stories. Ghana's oil production is expected to rebound in 2024 with an anticipated increase of 5%. According to Fitch Solutions, this recovery is expected to be driven by Tullow Oil's extensive drilling campaign at Jubilee and 10 fields. Here's a report.
Fitch Solutions, however, said a temporary plateau is foreseen after this surge until Pecan starts production, which is not expected until 2027 at the earliest. It said oil production would remain bullish but contingent on Pecan reaching final investment decision this year. Following operational setbacks in 2023 that led to a significant decline in production from the Jubilee and 10 fields, Fish Solutions projected a rebound in oil production growth in 2024 with an anticipated increase of 5% to 177,120 barrels per day. If Pecan's final investment decision is confirmed by the end of 2024, Fish Solutions foresees Ghana's oil production reaching its peak at 238,980 barrels per day in 2029. This projection is cautious considering the persistent historical delays in Pecan's final investment decision over the past 3 years. Whilst drilling will pause in 2024, it is slated to resume and conclude in 2025, suggesting continued investment in and development of Ghana's oil production capabilities. Fish Solutions continued that the complications experienced in the Jubilee and 10 fields in 2023 were particularly damaging, with production in the first half of the year dropping significantly compared to the same period in 2022. It said issues such as flow assurance problems, reduced water injection, and temporary halts in well operations were to blame. Although these issues have since been resolved, they led to estimated declines of 9.5% in crude and condensate production in 2023.
And I want us to elevate this conversation further because we've been joined by energy strategist, who is also the CEO of Eureka Energy, Dr. Yusuf Sulemana. Thanks so much, Dr. Yusuf Sulemana, and good to see you. Now, this is the projection Fitch is making about Ghana's oil production, saying about 5%. Is that really achievable, looking at the global uncertainties?
Yeah, so thank you very much, and good evening to you, Pius, and to your cherished viewers. Indeed, if you look at these projections that are made by Fitch Solution, they were not made in a vacuum. They clearly stated Tallow program lineup, and they are resolved to continue to be in Ghana for the foreseeable future. And if you look at the program that Tallow they put in place, I will consider it as comprehensive and robust, and to the extent that, I mean, Tallow has a plan to be able to invest in Ghana for the next decade and beyond, depending on how things turn out. And do they have another opportunity or alternative? I think Ghana has been Tallow cash cow in a way, because most of the fields that they have in other areas, they've not performed like, what Ghana is giving out. And so I always see Tallow and Ghana as a win-win situation, because without Tallow, I can tell you on authority that Pius, our upstream will not be there. Because we have 3 fields, and out of the 3 fields, 10 and Jubilee is being championed by Tallow. And so with the investment program that they put in place, and then the consistent drilling that they've embarked upon, if you notice somewhere they had to stop drilling. It's not that they're not going to drill again. They had a plan. They've reached that plan. So they just want to rest a bit, plan ahead, and then come back. So we're hoping that they will come back strongly. So with that drilling that they have done, if the wells, both water injectors and producers that they've drilled, if they've all lived up to expectation with respect to their production targets, I think that projection it holds some credibility. However, see that projection able to hold plateau than actually ramping up our production. What ramp up our production will actually be getting a new field coming into the scene, Pius.
And with that said, as we speak, the geopolitical tension is intensifying by the day. Israel and Gaza, and of course, quite recently, the missile attack on Iran by Israel, pushing oil prices up, and Brent crude on the international market, we are learning, has risen over $90 per barrel. How would these developments have an impact on our oil production?
Yeah, so it's both ways. Of course, if those kind of geopolitical tensions, when they happen, they do have bullish trajectory, but they have an extent for which the bullish trajectory could tend to bearish Pius. Because if you look at what is happening, if actually the war elongates and it escalates to the extent that we have this Strait of Hormuz being impacted, and remember that controls about 20% of global oil supply on daily basis. That's about 20 million that we're talking about. So if that is impacted, oil prices are going to skyrocket to level that we haven't seen. However, we hope that because it's not in the best of it's not in anybody's interest. We hope that cool heads will actually prevail. So the positive thing is that oil prices go up. Of course, every exporter of oil will gain a lot of revenue, but that also border a lot of hardship for consumers, oil consumers as well, like people in Ghana, of course, and other countries who are highly reliant on consumption or importation of these petroleum products or finished petroleum product. That would be a double-edged sword. For the upstream, yes, it's a good thing, but if you turn to the downstream side, if oil prices are high, your guess are as good as mine. And especially if you look at what is happening now, with oil prices going up, the city not performing well, the pump prices are nowhere near. And if the premium of this war is to come to settle on the market, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. But we are hoping that they'll be able to resolve it as soon as possible and contain it. Because for now, the escalation is there and the potential for massive spillover is right. And the players know very well. So I'm very certain and I'm hoping, Pius, that the powers that are holding this war, those backing Israel and those also backing Iran on one hand, will be able to talk to these warring factions, to quiet. Die down, and then let's contain what is happening in Gaza, and then we can come back to normalcy.
And quickly, Dr. Yusuf Suleiman, what more can Ghana do to harness its oil production prospects despite these geopolitical tensions, especially when it comes to the downstream sector?
Yeah, so for the upstream and downstream, let's say for oil production, that's when we come to upstream. I think we need to be able to wrap up our investment. I always believe that well of hydrocarbons come to stay, it will stay with us for foreseeable future, regardless of the upset in renewables. If you look at the amount of investment that is actually going to oil and gas now, it's massive. Because renewable, they had opportunity somewhere 2021, 2022 after COVID, and the kind of trillions of dollars that were poured into, unfortunately, it didn't pay back the way investors wanted it to be. So a lot of them began diversifying back to oil and gas. So yes, I don't think our players, and this goes to TALU and then ENI, they don't have any excuse not to invest. They should invest and invest profitable. And then secondly, also with respect to our government and then TALU, and then the players, we have to ensure that we create an enabling environment for that investment to be done, especially the FID. Right. There's no circumstance should we delay these FIDs. That delays oil productions also. So in the upstream, that's what we can do. But the downstream, there's a lot we can do in the downstream. Especially we will need a refinery, of course, to have a buffer to be able to help us in when these geopolitical tensions crop up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf Suleiman, who is also the Chief Executive of Miracle Energy. Thanks so much for speaking to us. You're still watching Business Live. Time for a breather. Hello, welcome back to Business Live. Some poultry farmers are lamenting the high cost of production is due to the cedi depreciation. According to them, the loss in value of the local currency has attributed or contributed to the increased prices of feed. The national president of the Women in Poultry Value Chain, Dr. Victoria Nogbe, spoke to Joy Business at the sidelines of a forum organized by the Economic and Trade Mission of Israel to Ghana to optimize Ghana's poultry value chain through partnerships.
Ghana's poultry sector contributes about 14% of the country's agricultural GDP. The sector supplies 57,671 metric tons of poultry meat, leaving a shortfall in demand of 162,129 metric tons. Over the years, the Israeli embassy to Ghana, through the Economic and Trade Mission of Israel, have taken steps to develop partnerships and share technical knowledge to improve the local industry. Dr. Victoria Nogbe, the national president of the Women in Poultry Value Chain, highlights the depreciating cedi as one of the many challenges hampering the growth of the poultry value chain in Ghana.
I think the feed sector is where critical attention should be paid because our cost of production, the greater, about 70% comes from cost of feed. And because the inputs are very expensive, the other ingredients are being affected by the dollar rate because they are being imported. It makes our feed so expensive. And for that matter, our products become very uncompetitive if we compare it to the imported products in the country. So attention should be paid to the feed value chain at that spot. And then after that, when it is produced, how do you sell it? Sometimes you get the feed you produce, but the processing and the packaging and the marketing is a problem. So there's a need to pay attention to those key areas, even though all the other areas are necessary because it's a chain. If you don't get the chicks, you cannot move on.
Yaniv Tessel, the head of Economic and Trade Mission to Ghana, believes the right partnerships could support the expansion of the country's poultry sector.
I think in Ghana there are many farmers. I think one of the things the Israeli company can help with is help scaling up, not only by size, but only in the level and the productivity. I think one thing that we're good at Israel is productivity. We know how to grow more or make more with less inputs. So I think this is something we can affect. If we can provide better feed, better vaccines, if we transfer know-how, how to develop and build turnkey projects here in Ghana, I think we can support in scaling up the industry.
The forum was dubbed Optimizing Ghana's Poultry Value Chain by Exploring Israeli Poultry Solutions. Yaniv shares the objectives of the forum.
The objective is bring together Ghanaian stakeholders, Ghanaian farmers, and Israeli technology providers. So what do we want? We want to create a dialogue. We want to plant the seeds to form partnerships. We want the guests here today will start business conversations on possible models of collaborating here in Ghana, either buying the technologies or doing joint investments through joint ventures.
Thanks so much for watching Business Life with me, Pius Kojo Baka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Great stories there. Development Bank Ghana targets 1 billion cedis funding for commercial banks in 2024. Fitch Solutions projects 19% average inflation for Ghana in 2024. Great stories on that portal as well for you. Do visit that portal and get yourselves updated. Great for serving you. Let's connect same time next week. I am Pius Kojo Baka.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of...
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At JoyNews, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to JoyNews. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
Happy Friday. Welcome to the AM show right here on Joy News. We are your hosts. Every day we come here and do this, and I particularly like Fridays because I like my weekends. But
that's a lovely dress.
Thank you. I look like Mary Poppins. My little sister likes to describe me as Mary Poppins.
You actually do this
Mary morning. So welcome aboard the AM show. And in a bit, I'll be serving you the news. After that, we get into the news review. You've been following for a while. You know that's how we do it every day. Now, for today, the National Youth Organizer of the governing New Patriotic Party will be joining us. Salam Mustafa will be our guest for the news review. After that, Muftar Nabila Abdullahi will be here to give you all the latest happenings in the world of sports. After that, you know what we are doing next.
Well, after that, we get into your blunt thoughts with yours truly, and I call it your blunt thoughts because I speak for many people. I'll be talking about the privatization conundrum and the things to take note of. You heard the Asante Hene, but of what he said, what are the different dimensions to it? What has happened in Ghana and in other places? What can we learn from? I will bring you details of that later on the show.
And then we get into our big stories. That is where we talk about the most topical issues in the country. Today, Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, Sir Sam Jonah, is asking Ghanaian journalists to actively defend the country's democracy by speaking out on critical issues impacting its governance system. Addressing the media practitioners at the launch of the 75th anniversary of the Ghana Journalists Association in Accra on Wednesday, Sir Salam Jonah emphasized the vital role of journalists as advocates for objectivity, informed discourse, and unwavering guardians of freedom and justice. So we'll get into that with Dr. Ronald Afilmoni, who is a former GJA president, Suleiman Abraima, executive director of Media Foundation for West Africa. You want to stay for that conversation?
I don't know what you think, though, about what Sir Sam Jonah said,
Yeah.
his call on the media. Of course, we need to be more and more refined, more and more responsible. Same way we call for same for the executive, judiciary, legislature. We are the fourth arm of, the
fourth estate, yeah.
Fourth realm. I don't know, but I'll be picking your thoughts on that later on the show. Now, the National Union of Ghana Students is working to ensure students have the best of conditions to study in. It's appalled by how long the teachers' strike has gone on for. It's also giving its take on President Akufo-Addo's statement that national service personnel are underutilized. But what does all of this mean? We'll be engaging the NUG's president, Chairman Opong Daniel. He is our guest later on the show on that specific matter.
I find it interesting that President Akufo-Addo is saying he want, this 10-year policy for the national service. Meanwhile, his vice president, Flagbera, is saying that he wants to make it optional. Where is the connection there? Are they moving this way or that way?
It also tells you that in a way, the vice president has a point when he says, I'm the driver's mate. I am not in the driver's seat. Because obviously, in some areas, he's thinking a certain way, and in other areas, it appears there's some unison. It just tells you that he's not completely his own boss.
Let's see how it goes today on the show. But welcome aboard. Let's get into the news now because I'm ready and you're ready. You're Mary Poppins. This is the AM News. Details now. The Minister for Communications, Esola Owusu, has disclosed that government has increased rural cell sites from 78 to about 1,500. She says government is also working to get 1,006 more sites built before the end of this year. She spoke at National Communications Authority's Consumer Forum held in Tamale. Martina Bugri reports.
A forum organized by the National Communications Authority brought together consumers, operators, and other stakeholders to engage. Addressing the gathering, the Minister for Communication, Esola Owusu, said the initiatives put up by government is to help promote digital inclusion.
One of the key initiatives that we're currently rolling out is the Rural Telephony Project. And I'm proud to state that as at February 2024, the number of rural telephony sites aimed at promoting digital inclusion and reducing the digital gap have increased from 78 at the end of 2016 to almost 1,500 currently. Work is underway to build an additional 1,006 sites by the end of this year, bringing the total amount to almost 2,500. This will connect almost 5 million citizens who currently do not have access to voice and data services and bring them into the information age.
She said Ghana is partnering its neighbors on the free roaming service.
Another key initiative is the ECOWAS roaming initiative. To promote regional integration and seamless communication across West Africa, in June 2023, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire implemented the ECOWAS free roaming initiative. Even though this initiative was adopted by ECOWAS in 2016, not much had been done to give effect to it until this key initiative last year. Our agreement with Cote d'Ivoire was the first of such arrangements. And so when you travel to Cote d'Ivoire, you will not have to pay expensive roaming fees to receive calls and messages. And you will send messages and make calls paying what the local Cote d'Ivoire rates are. Similar arrangements are currently being made with other neighboring countries such as Burkina Faso, Benin, and with Togo, we are set to implement this program on 1st July this year.
The Chief Executive Officer of the NCA, Joe Anochi, said the authority has directed all telcos to present their backup plan to the authority.
The Lands Minister, Samuel Abujinapo, has reiterated the world's fears that the Horn of Africa may become uninhabitable due to heat waves. He says the temperatures keep rising, and this, according to United Nations, is affecting health, food production, and access to water. The minister, who said this at the launch of this year's Green Ghana project, also said the grey picture being painted calls for all to join hands in planting trees. Another reports by Martina Bugri.
The Green Ghana Day was introduced in 2021 by government as part of an aggressive national afforestation program to restore the country's lost vegetation. The fourth edition of the program's launch was held in Tamale under the theme Growing for a Greener Tomorrow. Speaking at the launch, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abujinapo, said the effect of climate change is already biting the savanna belt.
The climate crisis is worsening by the day. We are told by the experts that last month was the world's hottest month ever recorded, surpassing July 2023, which was the hottest in the last 120,000 years. Worst of all, global temperatures have been rising for a record-breaking 10th month in a row since June last year. And I believe we can all testify to the heat we have been experiencing in the country in the last few months. South Sudan, for example, had to close down their schools due to heat waves, and there are fears that the Horn of Africa may become inhabitable due to these heat waves. Just last week, the United Nations said soaring temperatures are putting millions of children in Asia at risk of diseases and death. These rising temperatures have enormous impact on health, food production, access to water, among others, particularly for agrarian economies like ours. And as Your Majesty, more than any one of us can attest to, farmers in the Savannah Zone, the food enclave of our country, are no longer able to predict rainfall. These grim statistics call for all hands on deck approach to halt climate change and save lives and our planet. The Green Ghana project is one of the measures the government of Ghana, under the able and distinguished leadership of President Akosombo, has adopted to curb the incessant degradation of our forests, which has become ongoing for years without any conscious effort to replace them and to contribute to the global fight against climate change.
Regional Minister Shani Alhassan Shaibu called on all to help protect the environment.
Let us embrace this moment with the promise to nature and protect our environment. It is a duty of the press to make sure that our voices are heard. What happens here should be out there for others who couldn't make time to be here to be the beneficiaries of what happens here today. Each tree that we plant and all efforts to preserve our natural resources are steps towards a healthier and vibrant earth.
The chief of Zangbalan, Na Jacob Mahama, who represented the overlord of Dagbon, Yana Abukari II.
Now, the paramount chief of Tapa traditional area, Nana Okofo-Kwame Asante II, is calling on the Volta River Authority to consider residents in his area in the VRA Scholarship Fund. He says 60 years after relocating the people of Tapa Manfrom to their current location, there has not been much development in the area. Nana Okofo-Addo was speaking at the Tutina Festival at Tapa Amanfrom in the Oti region.
Tutina, literally relocation or resettlement, is a festival celebrated by the people of Tapa Amanfrom in the Biakuye district in the Oti region. Akanium, Ode, and Brewaniasi were the towns relocated as part of the construction of the Akosombo Dam some 60 years ago. Dilapidated buildings and dusty roads are current characteristics of the community. According to the people, they feel neglected over the years as their condition of living deteriorates. They argue their farmlands have been lost due to the relocation. Nana Ntim Jakari IV is the Odehini of Tapa Amanfrom.
Na etapo de krudadan yo kokofuo yo wadan ni nema pii nanso yiri no bae no amanso no fa ya dan e kokofuo ni adi nyina ma e koye mobo pa ntese se koye mobo ntin na odai abusuan.
We used to have cocoa farms and homes here before the flooding came. The floods took our building, our homes, and all that we had. Most of the family members of Ode became very miserable and died as a result of that. We were not fishermen, so all the benefits went to those who came to resettle here after we left. We are appealing to the authorities to come to our aid as our condition is deteriorating. The farmlands we inherited are also bad due to the farming activities that went on before it was given to us.
Asasibi nyesu aduma asasi a obi ayesu aduma for about 50 years and 100 years and so the man ama oya bibi oso a enyi.
Speaking at the Debar of Chiefs and people in the Tapaman area, the paramount chief, who is also the vice president of the Oti Regional House of Chiefs, Nana Okofo-Kwame Asante II, says VRA must consider adding his people to the list of scholarship beneficiaries.
Nanka minimse VRA ni bi wa ha. Wọ́n ṣe wọ scholarship scheme bi a. Wọ́n de ma wọ́n a wọ́n ni mo ngoma. Nanso sikasem no abeye bibia wɔ hɔ. Wọ́n fi list no ma tapa.
I wish we had a VRA representative here. They used to have a scholarship for brilliant but needy students, but if you check the list, Tapaman is not part of the list. Maybe I did not check well, but I want the message to go to them that Tapaman is not part of the list. Since the relocation was 60 years ago, Tapa residents have not benefited till date, and I want the message to go to them. Deputy Regional Minister Daniel Machato, who graced the occasion, lauded the people for their resilience over the years.
As we gather to commemorate the milestone of our 60th anniversary, let us once again rally together in the same spirit, with the same purpose. Central to this occasion is a noble endeavor that beckons us all, the revitalization of the former Tapaman Senior High Block into a cutting-edge community library, STEM and state-of-the-art computer laboratory. This transformation holds the promise of enriching not only our own lives, but also those of generations to come.
Nana Okofo-Addo appealed to the minister to consider working on the deplorable Tapa-Botoase Market Road and other adjoining roads in the area. Peter Sanu for JoyNews.
From the Oti region, let's now go to the Ashanti region, where the Regional Directorate of the Ghana Health Service has taken free delivery of anti-malarial medication and other essential medicines from Bliss GVS Pharma. The anti-malaria medications, which come in various forms, including tablets, capsules, liquid suspensions and injections, are to be supplied to rural clinics and CHIP compounds to benefit low-income households. The intervention by the global pharmaceutical company Bliss GVS Pharma is to reduce the malaria burden in Africa. Here's a report by Clinton Yeboah.
Ghana is among the high-burdened countries for malaria infections and recently reported a notable increase in malaria cases. Ashanti region is among the 3 regions with the highest malaria prevalence in pregnancy. Bliss GVS Pharma, a global pharmaceutical company recognizing this, has made a significant contribution to efforts of Ghana Health Services and other stakeholders in the fight against malaria. Bliss GVS Pharma Ghana and the Act for Africa, an initiative towards a malaria-free continent, has donated about 28 cartons of anti-malaria drugs, antibiotics and essential drugs to the Ashanti Regional Health Directorate. The drugs will help reduce morbidity and mortality caused by malaria infections in rural areas. Deputy Administrator at the Regional Health Directorate, Michael Asari Bidiakon, says the drugs will aid vulnerable and deprived demographics who are susceptible to malaria infections.
These malaria medicines will go a long way to support the indigenes at the community level, where most of the people who are there are poor. Going into the health centers and the CHIPs, where the most vulnerable are, especially the pregnant women and children. So it will go a long way to support the healthcare delivery in the system. And the GOG, the compensation takes a chunk of the GOG funds. So we are supported by health partners. But the corporate organizations like Bliss GVS, if they come on board to support us with medicines, it will go a long way to support the system.
The contribution of Bliss GVS Pharma with the anti-methicillin-based combination therapy, including Lonart, P-Alexin, for the treatment of uncomplicated malaria, will help improve the availability and accessibility of anti-malaria drugs in Ashanti and other selected regions. The gesture, which is in its 4th year, is to commemorate World Malaria Day yearly. Pharmacist at the Bliss GV Pharma, Bismarck Amponsa, says the assistance is part of the company's corporate social responsibility and commitment to improving healthcare in Ghana.
Our major target is those in the rural areas at the district level, community level, and in our villages who are mostly deprived of quality health care. If you look at the scope of people who are affected by malaria every year, it's quite a huge number. And because of that, people end up losing their lives. We have millions of people losing their lives every year from malaria infestation, including children, mothers, pregnant women, the old men and old women. And as part of our corporate social responsibility, our country head, Mr. Vivek Patel, together with our general CEO, Mr. Gagan Sharma, have taken it upon themselves to donate anti-malaria medications amongst other drugs to the Regional Health Directorate, various Regional Health Directorates every year.
Reporting for JoyNews, my name is Clinton Yeboah.
And it's a wrap for the AM News. Up next is the news review. Please stay with us for that.
Welcome back on the AM show. Time now for us to get into the news review. Mary Poppins and yours truly will be doing this shortly. But right before we get into it, let's acknowledge our sponsors, those who help us bring you this every weekday morning. I'm talking about none other than Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Now, they're offering you, if you're a man, prostate screening for free. If you're a woman, fertility screening for free. You know where to go. But if you don't, let me remind you. Here in Accra, Spintex. opposite the Shell signboard. That's where they can be located. In Kumasi, Kronom Abuehia behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Energy Estate. There's Tema Community 22. There's Techiman Hanswa and Siamanzima. Their call lines 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. Before I bring in our guests, I'm going to rant for about a minute, though my blunt thoughts are later. Mr. President, the governing New Patriotic Party, Bonebeng and Ghana-Rwanda. Yesterday we had the national dialogue on energy and everything in between. I slept in darkness. I had my bath twice last night. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people who suffers. One of those. I suffer from what you would call hyperhidrosis. I perspire a lot. I sweat a lot, even on the scalp of my head. It is irritable when there's no power. I had to have, in fact, I spent a long time on a huge balcony just trying to cool down. Still, the mosquitoes were also feasting on me there. So I had to come inside, and it was simply unbearable. Why? I had to do gymnastics to get my shirt ironed this morning. And when I came to work, guess what? I heard the brrr, meaning Charlie. Them do the thing for here too. Hey! And when you mention it, I'm sorry, you'll have some asinine personalities come and tell you there is no doomsaw. So this one, you'll be waiting. You'll be waiting. You know, Adjo Brown, I'm on air, I'm on TV. But I think sometimes we ought to get really radical with some of the stupidity going on in our country. Because when something goes on and you can't even look us in the face and tell us the truth, whether it is generational problem, whether it is gas that you cannot purchase, whether it's a financial problem, whether it is transformers or transmitters or whatever it is, what is the reality of the ordinary man out there? God have mercy on Ghana. Sweetie Abochi, did you have light?
Not, well, when I got home yesterday, there was no light. It came on around 7 p.m. So from 7 p.m. I had light. I couldn't do anything when I got home because my phones were off, my laptop was dry. But Ben, I feel your pain.
I'm getting sick and tired of this,
It
honestly.
shall be well.
There's a lot of talk about privatization. In civilized democracies, they make things well. Here, we like to do,
whitewash, yeah.
It's like Manifest said, Debi, and so Debi, beba, da bang.
I feel your
We
pain.
have everything in this country. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with somebody and the flight of, professionals. And this person had gone into a certain private, just before we go to our guest, a certain private university because of creative thinking and the rest, because the father felt, oh, we need more of that and we should stay in the country. But I tell you, if you really want to impact not just you and your family, your nucleus, but many people, it probably makes sense to go travel to other parts of the world, make some good money, come and invest that money in Ghana. That I agree with. Then you are helping your family. When you are there, the remittances, Ghana thrives on that. And you are also able to set up something here and create jobs for, without that, look, me, the skill set I have, even with my linguistic tool set, I mean, that would have been, here everything is like, please bring in our guest.
Right, that was a good note to start. What did you say? Ben, breathe, everything will be fine. Today, the National Youth Organizer of the governing New Patriotic Party, Salam Mustafa, is our guest for the News Review segment. Mustafa Salam, welcome to the program. How are you feeling this morning? I think you have to unmute.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. So I don't know if you want to comment on anything, maybe following in Ben's rant about this power issue or any other topical issue that you'd like to respond to. Let's do that in just like 30 seconds, and then we get into the newspapers.
Absolutely. First and foremost, let me say good morning to you and your viewers across the world. I can understand the frustration. I don't think that there's any way to justify me as a Ghanaian living in this country. When I also get home and I don't have light, I feel the same way. So I can understand the frustration. I have engaged severally the authorities trying to understand what's going on, because on the ground, a lot of these things come up, and amply I have the assurances of the highest officers that a lot is being done behind the scenes to rectify the situation. It is not just for electoral gains, but for every thriving economy, energy is very, very crucial. And I think that for a party that is center, that's right of center, we are more business inclined, and therefore we understand the ramifications of unstable power. So I can understand the frustrations of my friends, my contemporaries, and everybody else in the country. But I am quite convicted that this matter will also be dealt with, like we have dealt with so many of the challenges that we have faced as a nation over a period of time.
Right. Thank you for that. It's just taking a while. It's taking too long for us to just deal with this thing head on.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
It is very, very discomforting. I can absolutely understand that. It is very, very discomforting. Regardless of who you are, I mean, babies, elderly, young people, the reaction is the same. So I feel it, and I can tell you that I every time empathize with everybody else, feeling the same way. Look, in my area, I don't have a genset in my home, and when the light goes off and I'm standing outside, I see my neighbors as well, and I mean, I can feel the same way they feel, and I'm sure that so many other people in higher places also, take the same position that I have,
right.
Not to have a genset,
right.
and they feel the same way that we all feel.
Okay, let's get into the newspapers. I just like to stay optimistic, but let's see how long that
I'm always an optimist. I'm always an optimist.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's get into the newspapers. Let's start with the Daily Graphic newspaper. On the front page, the headlines are New Train Crashes. Pineapple has potential. Pay attention to the crop. That is a legal practitioner in treating government. $300 million Cassius mining dispute. Laws of Ghana must apply. That is International Arbitration Tribunal rules. Asokwa Industrial Hub of Kumasi. Let's start with the story of the $300 million Cassius mining dispute. The story reads, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague, Netherlands, has ruled that the laws of Ghana shall apply to an international arbitration instituted by Australian mining company, Cassius Mining Company, against government of Ghana. Cassius is seeking about $300 million in damages with the claim that the government of Ghana breached its contractual obligations and the laws of the country by not reviewing its prospecting license to enable it to engage in mining in the country. Ruling on the preliminary issues, the tribunal held that the seat of the international arbitration ought to be Accra, Ghana, and not London, the United Kingdom, as argued by Cassius Mining. Do you want to do any quick reactions to this story before I come back to Benjamin?
Yes. I mean, Ghana is a sovereign state, and our resources belong to the state of Ghana in trust by government on behalf for the people. Its usage, its exploitation must be to the benefit of Ghanaians. And I've said time without number that how we have used our extractive resources, for example, over the last 100 years or so, hasn't really inured to the benefit of Ghana. And it is about time that we developed our own capacity, have the balls to take on exploitative entities who want to take us for granted. And I take this nationalistic position on every other sector, that if there is a way we can nationalize our resources, let's do it. Almost every country is doing so. When you go to Australia, South Africa and other countries, they try to nationalize their, especially extractive resources, because really that is the God-given gift to the nation to use to develop. So over the years, how we have treated our extractive resources really leaves much to be desired. And I'm happy that some of these things we have had the balls to, stand up to, if you like, in quotes, some bullies who think that we are just a third world country, we can ravage, over them and exploit them. The days of exploitation is over. One lesson that COVID has really taught all of us as a universe is that every country is independent. In fact, has the potential to be independent, because when COVID hit, we were now producing our own nose masks. We're now producing our own what do you call it? Sanitizers, and other essentials. In fact, even drugs. Today, some of our big pharmaceuticals are producing right here in Ghana. So it's a big boost for us. And I think that we should continue on this path, and we'll make progress as a nation.
Okay. Ben, shall we get into it?
I'm waiting for you to do the story about the trains.
Okay, then you get into that. But I just want to add that Godfred, the Attorney General, is the one leading this, and he's objecting to their claim, saying that, if anything, the arbitration should be held here in Accra, Ghana, and not in the UK. Those are just some details of the story.
Well, I mean, we followed that. Let's just hope that we're able to triumph the full haul of that and move the country forward.
Right. So new train crashes. That's a very interesting one. And when I saw the picture, I saw a car. Let me get into the story first. So the new train procured to operate commercial. The print here is not as clear as. The train collided with a stationary where a section of the tracks described as, okay, I can't read it. The print is not very detailed. But we know the story about the new trains that I think was a trial run, and there was a tractor that had been parked across the railway. And so the train didn't see it and just crashed into it.
Well, I guess it could be the system it is operating with, whatever the case may be. But my question is, in this country, we are hopelessly inefficient and ineffective. What sort of training? It's a test run. Had those who were in the train had? Is it just a transition from those who were running the older, trains that were? There must have been some preparation, but to what extent were they prepared for this? And how, for the life of me, you are conducting a test run, and there is a tractor parked across some part of the stretch. This country, I mean, we talk about incompetence, but some things happen. And if you go into this, value for money, trace it down, Poland, getting these into the system, so-called
waste.
Obia Penisikedi, it's fine. We've brought them into the country. What we'll benefit from in the country too, we are so inefficient that we go and let it crash. And now, who is going to bear the cost of whatever work may be done on it?
You and I,
the ordinary taxpayer. The incompetence in this country stinks to the high heavens. That's all I'll say.
Mustafa Salam.
Yeah. Well, I will really deviate a little bit. Yes, it can. I cannot speak for the Railway Authority. I wasn't there. I'm on tour in the Ashanti region. I got somewhere around Ejura when I started getting images through WhatsApp and from other, groups. I started reading what had happened. Then later on, I think I went on social media and got a full detail. Subsequently, I have seen releases from the Railway Authority, I think the ministry as well as the police. And if you read the accounts, I have also seen videos. There are videos on social media. Kofi TV posted a video post the accident. Why I, deviate a little bit from my friend's narrative is that, yes, we may have expected maybe the Railway Authority to maybe double check their tracks. What if they did? Like I'm saying, we're all not there. What if they did and were sure that the tracks were good to go? If you saw what happened, it was a Kia truck, not a tractor. It was a Kia truck that was packed right across the track. So the person came horizontally, and packed. In fact, vertically and packed on the horizontal track and packed in the middle, got down and went away. So you can see that it was complete, act of, sabotage. It was quite deliberate.
Salam Mustafa, hold for me. Hold for me.
Miles away.
Hold for me. An act of sabotage. It could be. It could be an act of sabotage, right? It could be.
It could be.
So the driver didn't see it. What were there faults with the train? Were there faults with the training? Hold on. You said you were not there. Hold on. Were there faults with the train? Were there faults with the training the drivers had been given? Mind you, these are a different set of trains. No two trains are exactly the same, even when they are coming from the same manufacturer. And you are telling me that we're going to use a stretch. We knew that was the stretch the train would use. And we couldn't clear the entirety of the stretch to the point where the train would move from point A to point B. We couldn't do that. And
that's
the explanation is sabotage.
Myself and you were...
what kind of thinking is this?
I'm coming. Hold on. Myself and you were not there. If the Railway Authority checked their track and it was cleared, and in between, if the person deliberately, and the word is deliberate, came and packed the Kia truck, it's a Kia truck, not a tractor. So it beats my imagination why a very sane person with reason would try to cross a railway track.
You should be asking yourself, Salam Mustafa, you should be asking yourself, we've not had a rail system running. That's the reality. Yes. I have seen, there are some places here in Accra where sometimes you would have, for example, the Jowulu area. There's a rail. Yes. When you go to airport, there's another one passing through at a point. These things are there. People know that trains don't usually pass by. It could also be that this person, for whatever reason, may have felt that, it is not the right thing to do, but it happens. But wait, your explanation is that, so it wasn't expected that this person could come and do this. What you do, what a reasonable person does, when you know you are going to conduct a test run, you ensure that the entirety of the stretch is protected, that there is nothing crossing, especially when you're using a brand new train, you are test driving, anything could happen, and you've invested taxpayers' money in that. Does that not make sense to you, Salam Mustafa? Does that not make sense to you?
Well, it makes sense to me, but you are also being deafening. And I'm saying that myself and you were not there. If the Railway Authority cleared their tracks, and in between, and the word again is deliberate, somebody goes to park on the way, there's no way they would know. I have seen pictures. If you saw the first picture that came out, clearly the driver of the train, upon seeing, I think he negotiated a curve, and upon appearing from the curve, saw that the Kia truck was parked. So, we know that it takes time for these locomotives to, get their brakes fully deployed and stop at an instance. I've seen so many documentaries of train derailments and so on and so forth. So clearly, if they negotiated a curve and came out and noticed that something was in between, the tracks, and it took the train some time to stop, it is difficult to understand the motive of the person who packed, and that is why we should wait for the police to finish with the investigation. I understand that the police have arrested.
We've been waiting. That's what happens. That's what happens in this country. Wait for investigations, and nothing happens, and then we are waiting, and then we are waiting. But we just have to move on, because
you're right. It's a very serious matter. It's a very serious matter of incompetence. It's a very serious matter of whatever. It could be sabotage, but it's also a very serious matter of incompetence. You can't tell me that if you were in private enterprise, if you were a private investor,
it is okay to demand.
Salam, if you were a private investor, would you allow this to happen? If you were a private investor, if that were your train, personal train, would you not ensure that every way of the stretch had been protected?
Let's move on.
That's what we should ask.
That's what I'm saying.
Very reason.
If I'm going out with my car, probably I'll check and see if my brakes are okay, my water level is okay, my oil level is okay. But in between, when I leave and I'm driving, I may not have control of external things that happen outside the car. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm saying that the police is investigating the matter. The person has been arrested. Let's understand the motive first. Let's understand the circumstances under which the car was parked right in the path of the train. Then we can make a conclusive determination whether it was a matter of competence or not.
Let's just get into the rest of the newspapers, because we just wait for that. Yes, Kingston appointed Black Stars Starlet head coach. GFA boss calls for prioritization of youth development. Gusa applauds Yeboah, others for African Games. Koforidua Prisons Health Center receives support from some ASA savings. Still on the daily graphic, just doing some more quick headlines, and then we move on to the Ghanaian Times. U.S. announces new sanctions on Iran after missile attack. And Burkina Faso expels where's that story? Burkina Faso expels 3 French diplomats. All that in the daily graphic. So pick a copy for yourself and get into these stories. Now, on the Ghanaian Times newspaper, on the front page, election alert. Cybersecurity Authority engages tech providers to counter misinformation powered by AI. 30% media outlets collapse due to financial constraints. That's according to the minister, Fatima Abubakar. 609 die in road crashes first quarter of 2024. Mr. David Osafo-Adonting saying that. Ghana wins preliminary ruling in Cassius mining case. That is the $300 million international arbitration led by Godfred Dame. OSP files fresh charges against former PPA boss. And Mustafa, you can let me know which of these stories you want to react to quickly, and then we get into the story, and then we can move on to other papers. Election alert, Cybersecurity Authority engages tech providers to counter misinformation powered by AI. I must have been born with a piece of charcoal in my hand. I think this is just an editorial. Any of these stories you want us to get into so that we can do that quickly before we move on?
Yes, this disinformation matter.
Right.
It's a very serious matter.
Okay, just hold for me. Let me bring our audience up to speed. So it reads, the Cybersecurity Authority has cautioned the public to be wary of election misinformation and disinformation targeted at flawing this year's general elections. Director General of the CSA, Dr. Albert Entry-Bosiako, said the authority was anticipating the deployment of disinformation and misinformation campaigns powered by artificial intelligence, especially on social media, to influence the decision of voters. In this regard, he noted that the CSA was engaged in social media platforms, including Facebook and X, formerly known as Twitter, to roll out mechanisms to detect and prevent them from going viral. First of all, okay, let me get your reactions from this, and then we can move on.
Yeah, this disinformation matter is a very serious matter. You know, I'm sure you remember that in the United States, there was this probe on Russia meddling with American elections. The charge was that they did not physically get involved in manipulating the results, but the level of misinformation and disinformation was quite noticeable and led to the outcome of the results as the Congress might have believed. So it is very, very important that we place a lot of attention on disinformation. Look, when you go on social media, some of the things that are crafted, and circulated, is quite frightening. And for me, us as a people, our sociocultural cohesion, the security of our state, if we are not cautious and deal with disinformation, one day we'll be there and someone will create a very big problem for us, because we will create something and throw into the system that is completely false and might ignite a certain fire that we have absolutely no control over. So I think that it is crucial that we really deal with disinformation. And you see, faceless persons, I know situations, there's this precarious situation in the Upper East region where someone, they believe, lives across the border, does audios all the time, inciting, making tribal, inciting, audio tapes and throwing them across into the border in Ghana, around the Boku area, and finding ethnic conflict there. So the cyber security, agency, all of these things, we need to really, find a way to have some grasp over it. Look, some months back, I was there and I started getting a lot of calls and WhatsApp messages and I was sent an artwork of something purportedly I had said, which I never said. That Christians had dominated over Muslims for a very long time. And it was time Muslims rose up, and also, I can't remember the exact context, but it was false. I never said that anywhere.
All right.
But it was hung on me.
Salam, we need to get into
this.
other papers now.
Yes.
Your point is made. Thank you. Benjamin.
Well, let's quickly get into other papers. Daily Guide newspaper, the Cassius case is there. Ghana's debt surged under NDC. Dr. Bano says so. There's Edwajiri Zango chiefs pledge allegiance to Ochihini. And Otumfuo fights for private sector. Let me quickly get into two of those stories. Page 3, and it says, policy think tank Dankwa Institute has stated that the ruling New Patriotic Party record in governance has always resulted in superior debt management than the opposition NDC. According to the institute, Ghana's debt climbed to 29.2 billion between 2009 and 2016, representing 261.83% growth in total public debt stock under the NDC, greatly exceeding the debt stock recorded under the MPP administration. This kind of talk is so loose that sometimes I don't even want to get into it. So let's assume all these facts and figures. Of course, the Dankwa Institute is aligned. So let me also speak to it from that angle, because they are aligned. What has been the debt stock under the MPP? How much have we added on? And if someone did the wrong thing, please, I'm making a point, Salam. If someone did the wrong thing, does it make sense to come and do the same thing? I'm putting this question out there to Ghanaians, not necessarily you, but you can respond to it. Then I'll go to page. I am a bit upset this morning, I admit, especially because of the power outage and everything.
This morning
I am upset, and I am upset at the sheer stupidity that we exhibit in different facets of our national life. And yet, because of partisanship, we allow it to go on, because I am NDC, me NDC ni. I am MPP, me MPP ni. It's nonsensical. The country is sinking. How long will we keep on doing these things? How long? I'll do the other story and then you can react to it. OSP files new charges against ex-PPA boss. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has filed a new charge sheet against the dismissed former Chief Executive Officer of the Public Procurement Authority, Ejenim Boateng Ejay, who is accused of using public office for profit. And it goes on with the new charge sheet. We all know the story. Only in this country, certain things happen
nothing to show. If you have quick reactions, we have 2 minutes to go. Quick reaction, then I'll go to the Finder newspaper and wrap there. Salam.
Yeah, Ben, I can understand that you are upset this morning, but please have the best of assurances that we are not a nation, in a banana nation. I'm sure we'll get our acts right. On the issue of the OSP and Ajanin Ajay, I think that it is in the right direction. For me, I would never stop any case that borders on corruption. Just a few days ago, I think sometime this week, there was this mass law case, right? You know, in the direction that we want. If the OSP, the Attorney General, can also, you know, pursue this matter to its logical conclusion, it should be done. Regardless of who you are, nobody's ox is God. Corruption is corruption. It should be fought as hard as it can. I say all the time that these countries that have made progress, that, you know, have seen, you know, leapfrogging from a third world to now, you know, a developed, you know, country, didn't do so by accident. It's by dint of hard work, which we can do. We have the resources, we have the manpower, we have the ability to. Some of these things are the things, you know, really stopping us. Public officers being corrupt, not putting money in the right investments and so on and so forth. So I think that we are fully behind the system to pursue some of these cases and get to its logical conclusion. It should serve as a deterrent to all of us who are in the public space, that when you are put in positions of trust, authority, you don't use it for your personal gain, but rather to the gain of the entire nation, for the people.
Thank you, Salam. We really have to go.
Are in office to do.
The new Finder newspaper, motorcycles killed 931 out of 2,276 road crash fatalities in 2023. So that's almost 1,000. It means 1,276 from all others, and motorcycles alone killing 931. That's all I will do from the papers I have.
No, that's
else?
it. That's really
Final words, Salam Mustafa. We have 30 seconds to go. Our time is practically up.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity this morning to spend time with you on this very big platform. But I can appreciate the anger this morning. It's not just you. And I am as passionate as you are about a lot of the things that happen in our nation. I said time without number. I don't hold the citizenship or even permanent residence of any other country than Ghana. And I don't have any intentions of living in any other country than Ghana. So I want the very best for this country. I want a country that thrives, a country that opens opportunities for its people, a country that is working. And that is why I believe in leadership. The countries that we have seen doing well, it is not by accident. Angels didn't come down to do that for these countries. Human beings did, and did so by building systems. We should look for leaders that build systems. It's systems that will let us get the kind of results that we want. And I'm sure that with the right leader in place, we are going to, be able to make a serious progress. And I believe that Dr. Baumia is the right leader for the next chapter.
We just
Salam Mustafa, international youth organizer of the governing New Patriotic Party. He joined the
You guys have a nice day. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
You do same. The title of my blunt thoughts, which I'll be sharing with you right up next, after sports, or that is maybe before sports. The privatization conundrum, things to consider. The privatization conundrum, things to consider. You want to stay for that. But before we go, Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic helping us bring you this segment. They're offering prostate screening for free if you're a man, fertility screening for free if you're a woman. Reach out to them at any of their branches. And here in Accra, at Spintex opposite the Shell signboard, Kumasi Kronomo Abwe here, behind the Angel Educational Complex, Takrady Anaji State, Tema Committee 22, Techiman Hanso and Siamanzama. Their call lines 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. We'll be right back. I needed to take that breath. Yeah, because this morning I am visibly upset. Not just because I slept without light throughout the night, but because of everything going on. And the more I think about Ghana and where we are and when we can ever catch up with the rest of the world, if we will ever catch up. And don't even think US, Canada, and the rest. Right here, other countries in Africa. It just makes me think. The Rwandas, the South Africas, the Egypts, even Nigeria on some fronts. But let me give you my title for my blunt thoughts today. The privatization conundrum, things to consider. The privatization conundrum, things to consider. And some of the things I want us to consider are what I'm going to be sharing with you up next before I get to the slides. Now, between the years 1987 and 1999, Ghana's privatization program generated revenue for the government, note, equivalent to about 14% of GDP from a practically dead public sector, which had been previously dependent on state subventions and only succeeded in fulfilling key roles in easing the fiscal crisis and in fostering the structural adjustment program. But mind you, that was because public enterprise at that point was dead in the water. Now, the big question remained, though, whether the privatization process would help the growth of Ghana's economy and help maximize political gain. Now, that is privatization on one end. How about nationalization? It just refers simply to a common occurrence in developing countries mostly, because governments worldwide play an integral role in preserving and advancing their economies. And this is in a bid to protect citizens and allow for the highest possible standard of living. Now, part of this also involves working with the private sector. There are joint ventures and providing assistance in times of need. So, for example, during times of economic unrest, such as we are facing now, or such as could happen in a war or financial hardship, the government may help struggling businesses or industries and prevent significant economic impact. Now, this is the fundamental understanding of nationalization. A government can, however, implement this process for other reasons. For example, to prevent monopolies or oligopolies, to seize control of profit or strategically aligned profit, for social purposes, and pay attention to that, social purposes, to provide stability. It could also be a form of punishment or protecting the rights of workers ad infinitum, ad nauseum. There could be so many reasons these could be done. But in our particular context, when the Asantehene talks about privatization, I respectfully disagree. And this is because when you look at where we find ourselves as a country, even the local elements that will come into privatization are highly politically skewed. Whichever party is in power, if the NDC is in power, it will be politically skewed. If the MPP is in power, it will be politically skewed. That's the problem. Look at Ejapa. Look even at the PDS deal and some things that were in there. It just tells you that even when he talks about privatizing locally, there are so many loopholes. It's like a landmine field. Those are the problems inherent. And if we go outside our borders, even worse. But let me come now to the slides, because I'll paint a picture there about what exactly the pitfalls are. Of course, we know of the ECG, PURC, back and forth. And then we can debate the matters. Now, in terms of our national security commodities, I've been talking about this throughout this week. A lot of people don't pay attention to it, but our telco system is so vulnerable. The telcos, the phones you use, the chip, the data, the bundling and everything. Imagine if for some reason one of these entities, and we know the quota they hold, just decided, okay, Ghana is adopting this posturing and our ownership is from here, here, here. So we're going to truncate services for a while. Even when there was a legitimate issue and there were internet downfalls and all of that recently, cable cuts, fiber optic cuts. Look at how we suffered. We don't have the tools of our economy in our hands. They are in other people's hands, which means as every country that has sentient thinking leadership, we should be concerned. Because someday, if anything were to happen in any of these, we could find ourselves literally begging in our own country. Telcos, it's a huge problem. It's only recently that we claim we acquired 80. Even then, there are questions to answer. As for electricity and water, they are the basic utilities, and we know of them. We have tried in the past some of these, Aquavitens, RAND, and everything with water, PDS with electricity. Haven't we learned enough? And at what point will we sit up and say, you know what? These are crucial to our national life. So let's get it right. But because of our tomfoolery, we keep getting it wrong, and we may actually get to the point where privatization may be the only option, though I don't think we are there yet. But let's go to the next slide. What do the Asante say? Move government entities like the VRA to the private sector for better profits. Invest in Gridco with diverse, qualified teams. Transition electricity company to private ownership for improved service. But, Otekokoso, we have actually tried this electricity thing before. You're fully aware. And it was tainted with corruption from the NDC to the MPP, both of them. It was tainted because what some people wanted and the renegotiations and all of that, let's not even lie. The very people at the top wanted to be the beneficiary owners in different ways. That will not help us. Invest in Gridco with diverse qualified teams. I agree with that. But why have we not done it up to this point? Why do we do it piecemeal? Move government entities like the VRA to the private sector for better profit. They may, when we privatize, make more profit. But what would that mean in terms of the ripple effect of cost on the ordinary Ghanaian? That's what we ought to contemplate. Next slide. Now, a lesson from the past, right? Parliament, and apologies for not having the P here, approved an agreement between the government and a consortium led by the Manila Electricity Company on July the 24th, 2018. The government claimed the insurance documents submitted by PDS were tainted by fraud. That is when the MPP took over, leading to the suspension of the official transfer a year later. Now, a delegation was later sent to Qatar to investigate the fraudulent act. Next slide. But if you look at the pain of Lifeline consumers and all of this, and we have been very intentional with what we are doing because you remember Lifeline consumption, even during COVID, and the supposed attempts because we paid through the nose for the supposedly free electricity we got. But Lifeline consumers are the most basic consumers, the poorest of the poor, who have very little, and it makes no sense to overcharge them. I mean, for those using ACs and all of that, the Lifeline consumer is just there. Maybe a light bulb and maybe a fan. That could be it. At worst, a television set. But even then, if you look at the new rates, if you have a TV set, you can only account for maybe half or a quarter of the TV set. Maybe your light bulb and, your fan, and that's it. But if you look at how things have gone in kilowatts per hour per month, 1992, we were looking at 50 kilowatts per hour per month. In 1994, it went up to 100. This wasn't a bad idea at all. Not bad. 100, meaning they had some room to breathe. It went down to 50 in 1998. Now we are looking at 30 in 2022. What does that mean? For the Lifeline consumer, their benefits have been cut to the lowest we have seen in what? 1992 to 2022, about 30 years, 3 decades. And it continues. How does the person down there get better? Next slide. Now, if you look again at the old versus new, consumption per month, 0 to 30 kilowatt hours, we're looking at a maximum bill per month of 12 cedis and 40 pesos. And you must ask yourself even, what is the minimum wage? What is the minimum wage? And people earning minimum wage, how will they survive and even be able to foot this? Right? Then you come to the increment, 0 to 50 kilowatt hours, and that is the bracket now. 19 cedis, 26 pesos. I know people who don't even make 5 cedis in a day. 5 cedis. What maybe you used to buy a ball of kenke. Some people don't make 5 cedis a day. Think about that. Next slide. Then we come to this whole conundrum, and yesterday I listened to Andre Japamersa and the others, and whether it is a war or a battle, whatever the case may be, between the ECG and the PURC. And of course, the ECG having 61 different bank accounts. Lord knows why. Speak to Samuel Dubik Mahama. Don't ask me. But then let's look at the breakdown. Next slide. The total number of accounts, 61. Accounts submitted to the PURC, 36. Outstanding, 25. Next slide. Now, if you look at Ghana's IMF program in context, the ECG sub-accounts had to be merged into a single collection account, which they have not met. The account was to be audited every quarter, and the final report of the July to September 2023 audit was to be published by the end of February 2024. These are Article 4 requirements which have not been met, largely. Next slide. But then you get to this final place. This is the final place, port of call. Why some of us are very concerned whether local privatization, and we've seen some of that as well, let's not forget, and foreign privatization. The levers of our economy largely are in the hands of foreigners. When you think supermarkets, I'll not mention brands, think supermarkets. You're thinking of the Lebanese, the Indians, and the rest. You know exactly which entities I'm pointing to. Which one of them? I don't know. There's one that comes to mind, but even that is on the downturn. You're thinking supermarkets. They're in the hands of foreigners. You're thinking furniture. There's more of a balance in there. But now, if you look at the innovation, a lot of them are foreign. That is why the cost, I don't know the last time you checked the cost of furniture out there. And even those made locally cost an arm and a leg. Also because of poor policies that allow the importation of these so that when the local person is producing, it's at an exorbitant rate. Everywhere in the service sector you want to look, it's foreigners dominating. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but with the porousness of our laws and corruption, it's a deadly cocktail. Because you know who suffers in the end? We do. You and I. We suffer in the end. And it makes no sense. And that is why we should tread extremely cautiously with this privatization agenda. Because we've seen it before. And with the crop of leaders we have, misleaders as I call them, self-seeking, self-aggrandizing, wicked people we have. I'm not saying all of them, but you know that we shouldn't be where we are as a country now. With this crop of people, how can we get these things right? Now, my last slide. Privatized to some extent, ECG, VRA, Gridco, right? You'll be looking at more profit inclination. It is a natural process of the capitalist systems when you privatize. Mind you, you will also find that in the developed world, even in China, while it may have its own socialist tendencies, over the decades, it has also had a capitalist twist to it. That is why the Alibabas and the rest would come to the fore because of what it sees in there. But what is regulation like there versus what it is here? That's where the devil is, always in the detail. Then you can expect that the cost of electricity and other services will go up. Remember what I told you about even lifeline consumers. What will that do to them? What will that do to us? Do you know how much I spend in a week on electricity? And so cost of electricity likely to shoot up. That will lead to an increased cost of production. Of course, there will be poor pay for more. The poor will pay more for electricity. Increased costs of production because they'll be trying to meet certain benchmarks, and that will also bring in the cost factor. Already our finance ministry is bleeding, so they may you transfer this, but they will not be doing it for you for free. No, unlike the orientation when we are nationalizing, focusing on the most vulnerable. And then, of course, the prices of goods and services will go up. Now, if you consider, I have bought spare parts for my car in recent times. You consider that, fuel prices, cost of food, cost of drink, cost of transport, cost of medication, which I have to buy, cost of so many other factors. We're up to our necks, our eyebrows, in the mud. So, as we discourse on these things, let's be careful. because we could end up laughing on the wrong ends of our mouths. Some people don't like what I say. When it goes for them, like it did in the past, it is okay. Now, when I speak about the reality of things happening, it is not okay. But me, na me nimse ni ameka na yeno kra meka. Ma no bokiti, but kadie meka. It is what it is. We can pretend, or we can decide to move this country forward. It is your call and mine. God bless Ghana and make her great and strong. These are my blunt thoughts shared with you, raw, hot, unedited, undiluted. Stay with us for the rest of our programming.
Stability of the Fourth Republic depends heavily on your resolve to maintain the sanctity of your profession and your independence as the Fourth Estate. If I may say so, as we celebrate this landmark anniversary, let it be a call to all journalists to rise to the occasion, to uphold the values that have defined your noble profession, and to hopefully continue to be the beacon of hope and accountability our nation needs. Your association's inception came at a very pivotal time as Ghana stood on the verge of defining its future, breaking free from colonial domination. Your association, predating even our nation's independence, became the crucible within which the fervent hopes and aspirations of a people were nurtured and expressed. Even before the formation of your association, nationalists like J.B. Dankwa, Kwame Nkrumah, Kofi Bacha, Eric Heyman, Kofi Bakon, T.D. Bafo, Kofi Bedu, amongst others, stood at the vanguard of the struggle, wielding the might of the pen and the unwavering spirit of truth as they used their voices for advocacy. Dreams of a liberated and thriving Ghana were expressed through purposeful writing and careful dissemination on the pain of punishment. These were patriots, men who were inspired and motivated by the ideals of a free and prosperous nation. Mr. Chairman, today, as we traverse the sands of time and reminisce the jubilation of independence through the trials of military regimes, through the sometimes rancorous, other times harmonious ebb and flow of democracy, we find the essence of journalism tested and exalted. The courage, the sacrifice, the unwavering commitment of your members have not only chronicled our nation's history, but they have been instrumental in shaping its discourse. Insightful and courageous citizens like Cameron Dodo, PAV Ansa, Kweku Bakon, Kwesi Pratt, Kwame Karekare, Kojo Yanka, Christine Agre, Elvis Aye, Sam Ade Clark, Cabral Blay Amihir, Elizabeth Ohene, Heronata, Kwame Amamo, Mike Egan, Vida Kranti Asante, Giftia Fenidaze, and many others have paved the way for many today. We observe a landscape altered by the winds of change. The once famous united front of objectivity and patriotism appears to some fragmented by the device of partisanship and the shadows of materialism. The noble quest for truth now competes with the allure of political patronage and its material rewards, a phenomenon which, if I may say so, threatens the sanctity of your independence, the Fourth Estate. Yet, this is the period when the vigilance of the Fourth Estate is most needed. As we stand on the precipice of yet another electoral milestone, which in my view is the most consequential. The ethos, the echoes of past violence, the whispers of disenfranchisement looms. And I don't think anyone needs reminding that the conduct of the electoral exercise, together with its outcome, is so important that the nation cannot afford bias and unprofessional coverage of it by members of your profession. I wish, Mr. Chairman, I could be more confident that the coverage will be professional, but I'm afraid I can't, given the rather unserious way in which another very important national issue, the most egregious abuse of the rights of millions whose livelihood has been decimated completely by galamsey operations, has been treated by your profession. I don't know whether you are exhausted and indeed frustrated by the shameful lack of decisive action from the authorities to your interventions. All I know is that your association's pen, which is your weapon, has gone eerily silent on this all-important matter. I would have liked to see a more concerted and sustained action from you. Sadly, that has not been the case. Galamsey doesn't make the headlines anymore, and yet the country is experiencing the ravages of this terrible phenomenon every day. The alarming increase in kidney and liver diseases, the increase in children born with deformities, and the alarming infant mortality rates in the areas affected by galamsey activities appear not to merit your sustained concern. What a shame. What a pity. As journalists, the times we live in beckon you to remember your purpose, your power, and your responsibility. Let me just say this. The price of your continued silence is too grave to fathom. Mr. Chairman, it is in this moment of reflection and anticipation that the immortal words of Ephraim Amos' composition, Yen Ara Assassini, resound with unparalleled relevance. The composition resonates today deeply. Its message of patriotism, stewardship, and unity echoes the ideals that all of us must champion.
Well, that is the Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast sharing his thoughts on the media and how the media must live above the board and also speak, be that voice of the people. Well, joining us for a conversation this morning, we have Roland Afeo Mone. He is former president of the GJA. Later, we'll also have Suleimana Brahima, Executive Director, Media Foundation for West Africa. And also in the studio, your very own Mary Poppins. She introduced herself this morning.
Her name has come
Sweetie.
to stay today.
Sweetie.
Mary Poppins, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
It's a pleasure.
Just to go off the top right before Sweetie comes in, what was your reaction when Sam Jonah actually had all of this to share on the media and how crucial our role is as the fourth realm of the state in these times?
Let me first of all sprinkle stardust of commendation on the executive of the GJ and the planning committee for making the right choice as far as the speaker was concerned. Sam is an extraordinary nationalist, patriot. He doesn't dance to the tune of anybody. He analyzes issues as they are. He does not only analyze, he prefers solutions. And what we heard at that lecture was a root cause analysis of our situation and how we should rise above this situation to be the black star we are destined to be. So I listened with all-absorbing attention and all-consuming seriousness. Because before then, I've had discussion with Sam Jonah on how, on this issue and other issues. And he did assure me that you're going to make certain statements which will capture the attention of the whole nation. And then ignites a conversation. I believe, and also I'm not surprised when Joy FM or Joy TV decided that we should look at what he said. So kudos to him. Ghana loves him, Ghana cherishes him, and we need more of Sam Jonas in this country to help address our situation and then get us to move forward in the right direction.
Right. I like to think that the media has been very critical in the progress of our democracy, even in our development as a country, from colonialism, pre-independence struggles, even during independence, and Nkrumah establishing all these newspapers, Ghana News Agency, and all that. And we are here today. I think as we grow, the role of the media is also expanding. So some of the things that he says, that it speaks to lack of confidence in our ability to deliver on a mandate as media, to propel democracy and ensure that come this election 2024, we will do well to ensure transparency and all the things that we have to do. My question is, what are the gaps? I know there are obviously some issues that have happened, like the electoral violence in Ayawaso, the issues of Saul, the death of some of the investigative journalists in this country. But what are the gaps that you think he's specifically speaking to that will impede the progress of the work of the media in this election year?
We need to cast our mind back to appreciate what the media did to help Ghana to gain independence. Right. He mentioned J.B. Kwame Nkrumah and others who use their penmanship to advance the cause of independence. And after independence, Kwame Nkrumah used the media, to build the geopolitical entity called Ghana. Right. GBC in particular, languages, languages. He popularized the use of Ghanaian languages on national radio and television. And even though there was not much dissenting voices in the media, but Kwame Nkrumah was so purposeful. He appreciated the power of the media. We are told that information and the structures which disseminate information are the most powerful weapon on earth. And to quote Malcolm X, journalism of the media are the most powerful entity on earth. Sometimes we abuse the power we wield and the influence we peddle, to the extent that some journalists are rather the problem instead of being the solution to the problem. And so we thank Sam Jonah, and he did emphasize on truth, the need for journalists to stick to the truth. Journalism is not the perpetration of falsehood. Journalism is the dissemination of discernible and discernible fact. So my heart bleeds anytime sessions of the media peddle falsehood. Right. The motives they are too dirty to even think of. We have a section of the media of a certain class of journalists who have perfected the act of twisting issues and concocting falsehood. Okay. So again, this raises the issue of motives, the issue of why some people are in the media for wrong reasons. Journalism is a calling. And we have a litany of people who have not been called, but yet they are practicing journalism. To the extent that we have sections of media which are doing well, and let me say with a high sense of pride that Joy or Mosi Media is a symbol of excellence in journalism. Why, but this is a sharp contrast with what is happening in sections of the media. Right. In certain sections of the media, what we see alarmingly is the generation of standards, to the extent that journalism in those sections have become a standardless profession.
Right.
If I may just chip in on that. You've mentioned two critical things. People getting in for the wrong reasons. Yeah. That is one. Yeah. And maybe someday I'll share my story about how I became a media practitioner, because I never even thought I would be here. I was going to use my languages, other studies for different things, work with other entities. It's interesting because the rationale behind being here, I agree. And there are people you get to know and you know they are compromised.
Yeah.
But they are in the business. What do you do? That is one. But the second thing, why are all these things? Because I say on any given day, there are certain newspapers, the print media, I can pick same story, and I can guarantee that XYZ newspaper will take it from this political angle. And ABC newspaper will take it from that political angle. Guaranteed. I don't have to look into any crystal ball. It is there. Those are there. And it boils down to the political class, media ownership, and the number of those involved, either directly involved, tangentially involved, or who are related to people walking the corridors of power. Now it's even spread to the broadcast media, TV and radio. Is that not where the real thrust of the problem is? Because in these entities, mind you, when they are recruiting you, some people even share with me, they are telling you, listen, that is one good thing I love about where I am. Because the day people start telling me to go this way or that way, back in the years when I was railing against Mahama, no one told me at my former entity, don't do this. Now that I'm railing against this administration and some wrongdoing, no one is telling me, oh, don't go here, don't go there. The CEO himself says, do what you get it. That is it. But in other places, that is not it. So these are some of the fundamental problems we really should be looking at.
Absolutely, yeah. And under autocratic regimes, and the greatest enemy of the media was officialdom, the government. We saw it under Rawlings, we saw it under military regimes. And in 1992, thank God, we had the opportunity to abandon the bullet course and embrace democracy as the civilized means of choosing our leaders. And since then, there have been progress in the media space. We have the latitude to criticize, to hold to account people in positions of authority, to peddle the dissenting views and all that. But this is not to say that we are not out of the woods. We still have some challenges. And I totally agree with Ben that the unrestrained invasion of the media space by politicians. We have a situation where almost every MP owns a radio station in this country. Political parties have their papers, and you don't need any superfluity of intelligence to conclude that this newspaper is aligned to this party, or this radio station is doing the bidding of a certain political party. So the greatest enemy now, unlike yesteryears when it was military regimes, dictators, now the greatest enemy of the media now is the ownership structure, ownership. You know, ownership confers power and authority on whoever owns a media system. And to the extent that owners are now dictating content, which should be the job of professionals. So, and then added to that, certain media houses, so that we confront them. Why would you abandon the foundational principles of journalism?
But isn't it the issue of money? The media is a profit-making entity. I mean, since the inception of 1992 Constitution, and we're talking about press freedom, but we know that they cannot run without money. Even our elections that are supposed to be free and fair, you vote for the people who you think you have some, you stand to gain something from them. So this ownership, again, it's because of money. Benjamin, how do you see where I'm going with this?
Well, you do have a point.
Money is the fundamental reason why they would choose to tell the story the way they can tell it, so that they massage the ego or whatever of the people that's putting money in their pockets.
Right, but it's also an avenue to, whitewash bad money.
Yes.
That is also being done.
Yes.
And in so many other, it's something we often lose sight of. It is in there, but I don't know what you think on the question, and maybe you might add, do you think it is high time we got more transparency in media ownership.
Yeah.
Because you go to certain places, that one belongs to this person. And you see, and some you actually go into it and realize that indeed this person, and I feel money. It takes a lot of money
to
buy the sort of equipment
it takes a lot of money
required. I mean, this video wall you're seeing, just one of the screens, costs huge sums of money. Someone's maybe 10-year, 20-year salary, just one of it.
More.
So when these people whom we have known come up with these entities, we ought to be asking, and that is why transparency is important. Who owns this, and how did you come by the resources to even put this up?
Fantastic question. The broadcasting bill, which has been incubating for decades now, attempt to resolve this issue of ownership. And in certain sections of the bill, it is proposed that no one individual can own more than 3 media systems.
Okay.
And guess what? The people who are kicking against this bill are media owners, the people who have a chain of media outlets, because they don't want their monopoly to be broken, they don't want their influence to diminish in any way. So here we are where we are because of the stiff opposition from these people who are benefiting from this decay in the media. So I think we need to rise up again, join forces to ensure that the media, proposed media broadcasting law comes into fruition to help sanitize the media system and ensure that journalists do justice to their professional method.
Right. Suleiman Ibrahim joins us via phone. Thank you for joining the program. I'm sure you've been following the conversation so far. What are your initial thoughts on this conversation?
So I don't know when you say conversation generally what you are referring
to. Right. We are talking about the speech from the Chancellor of University of Cape Coast, Sir Sam Jonah, on the role of media leading up to election 2024, the gaps, and how we can ensure that we are discharging our duties without, prejudice and biases. And so far, the issue of partisan ownership of media houses, the issue of money has come up. And so that's where we've reached at this point.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and good morning. I think that at this stage, conversations about media professionalism, media standards, and the issues of ownership, money, and so on, we need to look at it from a very holistic perspective. First of all, the individuals who are practicing as journalists are Ghanaians. And so whatever attitudes, whatever practices, whatever conduct that we are observing in Ghana as a totality would certainly be reflected in what is happening in the media. It's not as though the people who are practicing in the media are people brought from elsewhere. They are the same people in Ghana. And so I think we need to look at it from the general contextual issues in Ghana. And I would say that we are at a stage where in this country we have lost patriotism, we have lost, passion for the nation. People are no longer thinking about the future of this country, they are thinking about now. Everyone is interested in making money, and it's all about making money now, making money quick, and it's not about the values of patriotism and the values of let's preserve the future. The problems start from the top, the leadership of the country, from the presidency to the vice presidency to the people who are holding positions as ministers to directors generals, and so on and so forth. And it cascades all the way down. So I think what we've missed as a country is the fact that over the years, and maybe in the last 20 or so years, we have had leaders who basically come to power and are not interested in the future of this country. It's all about let's make money, and when we have money, we can win elections. And that is what has been happening. As a result, part of that would be let's establish media houses and use the media houses to perpetuate ourselves in power. The people who end up getting to work in these media houses, most of them are there, sometimes not having gone through journalism school or journalism training. It's all about politics. And it's actually not politics. It's about money making. It's about power and money making. And so for me, it's not about, yes, having the broadcasting law may help, but just like all other sectors, talk about corruption, talk about our judiciary, talk about, our parliament. Just as it's happening everywhere, it's not the laws, because on some of the issues, there are laws that could, if it were about laws, maybe corruption, the way we see it, and the scales at which we are seeing it, wouldn't have been the case. It's about the individuals, we the citizens, and the extent to which we are prepared to do the right thing, the extent to which leaders are committed to preserving the future of this country, the extent to which, those of us in the media are willing to say, look, yes, we all have to make money to survive, but it's about doing our work right. So for me, it's a general canker that is affecting everywhere, whether religion. Look at our religious leaders, whether in the Islamic sect or in the Christian sect, you have, people who are basically looking for money instead of doing the work of God. It's all about money making, building big churches, driving multiple cars, imams consulting for other people, and so on and so forth. So it's a general moral decadence that we have to talk about, rather than maybe singling out a particular profession or a particular entity and saying that, things are not going well. Things are not going well everywhere, whether it's our judiciary, whether it's our parliament, whether it's our executive, the media. Things are not going things are not going well, and it is as a result of the moral decadence where people are no longer ready to stand up for values, stand up for the truth, stand up and sacrifice and say, look, this is the right thing, regardless of the consequence, I'm going to pursue it. And people are no longer thinking about the future, they are thinking about themselves and what they make now. And I think that is the problem.
Suleimana, it's been a while. It's good to have you join the conversation. But that goes to the point. For example, the Fourth Estate in recent times has come out with that expose, the scholarships, bonanza, and everything in between. And you see the backlash from different quarters. Those are some of the difficulties when you are pilloried, lampooned, because you're trying to do your work. But that also goes back to the message of Sam Jonah when he asks that as the Fourth Estate, we must defend our democracy. Do you feel as well, because in doing our work, we must also look internally and criticize ourselves, do some introspection. Do you think we are doing enough of that introspection as a media? Where are we getting it wrong in fulfilling that national call?
Well, thank you, Ben, and great to reconnect with you again. I certainly agree that the media, I don't think that we are doing what is expected of journalism. When we say the media is supposed to be the watchdog of society, hold duty bearers accountable, hold the powerful accountable to the powerless, and so on, I don't think that we are. You can point to isolated cases or isolated media organizations, but if you are to generalize, you would say that we are not just doing even a quarter of what we should do. But the reason then is, or the question to ask is, why? And for me, the reasons are, as I have alluded to, we are part of the society. And so if the society is increasingly becoming corrupt, we certainly would also become corrupt. If the society is about, look, we've gotten to a point where standing up and doing the right thing in Ghana is almost becoming like a crime. I mean, you talked about the recent report by the Fourth Estate, and go online and see the kind of arguments that people are putting up. So weird, so bizarre, but they must do that in order to survive. They must do that and run to their paymasters and say, have you seen that I'm defending you, so that they can survive? Because it's almost like that's the only way to survive, as far as some people are concerned. I keep repeating of late that we all say, oh, look at what has happened in Senegal. That young guy, he's president, 44 years, and there are headlines about from prison to president. And I say, look, people are forgetting the sacrifice that this person had to make. People are forgetting the fact that by standing firm and standing upright in defense of certain principles, in defense of democracy and all of that, he had to go to prison. And he was prepared to do that. He knew what he was doing could take him to prison, but he was prepared to do that. So it's not about looking at, oh, he's now president, oh, this guy has done well. No, it is about the values that he stood up for. If you talk about Nelson Mandela, we all say, oh, Mandela was a giant in Africa, and so on. We no longer mention the fact that he was in prison for about 26 or 27 years. We have people here in Ghana when our democracy started who were doing the kinds of things, risking their lives, and knew that by challenging the PNDC, by challenging the Rawlings NDC, we are likely to go to prison. And they knew that this is right. We must do it. By our conscience, we cannot not do that as journalists. But today, Ben, it's anything goes. It's about, I want to also drive a 4x4. I want to also have this. I want to also have that. And right from the top, as I keep saying, I honestly believe, Ben, it's about the values of our society. If we have a leader who says that I'm going to reset this country by making sure that I am doing the right thing, and by so doing, I'm sure ministers would do the same, and by so doing, I'm sure other people would do. We would have a very massive transformation. But until that happens, if we're talking about, Chamawun to me has set up a radio station and a TV station, you expect him to use that to do the watchdog journalism that will hold MPP accountable. That is not happening. Or it's about, on the other side, Radio XYZ or Wezo TV or the other ones that are on the NDC side, and we expect that the people working there will have the freedom to hold the NDC accountable, especially when they are in power. That is not going to happen. And even the ones that we cannot directly link to, politicians, the people working there want to make ends meet. The owners want to make ends meet. If you criticize the government, and the government will come after you, the government will make sure that your advertising channels are being blocked. What can you do? We are in an era where, as a result of all this, people are just quick to say, oh, go to court, oh, go to court. And you ask yourself, why are people so eager to say that, go to court, go to court? Why? Is it the first time we are having the judiciary in Ghana? Why is it that over the last 8 years, the word, the catchphrase has become, oh, go to court? Why are some people so confident in what they will have in court? And it raises the question about, do people have confidence in the judiciary? Our parliament, we have had cases where we are battling in an economy that is not doing well, and our parliament is passing, tax exemptions, to the point where even a hotel, a 4-star hotel, was given a tax exemption under 1D, 1F. And we've been talking about it, and people are not angry. And people are not angry because everyone wants to survive. So, yes, we can blame the media and expect that, look, as journalists, do your work, as watchdog of society. So we cannot say that if they are not doing it, we shouldn't blame them. But we have to also look at it from a holistic perspective. It's just like the clergy and the imams. We expect them to do the work, to do the work of God, and therefore, if they are not doing it, we have to take them on. But the reality is that we are creating a society where people must survive. And if people must survive, am I the only one who is going to make Ghana where it should be? That is what people are asking themselves.
Sulemana,
yes.
If we've lost confidence in individual journalists and some of these institutions, then what about the role of the National Media Commission? Have we lost confidence in them as well? Because they are the ones who are mandated to be, propelling this agenda of patriotism, ensuring that we are discharging our duties without, biases. So where does it stand, the National Media Commission? Have you lost faith in them completely?
Sometimes it's difficult for me to say what I should say about the National Media Commission, also because of my relationship with the Executive Secretary in particular. But otherwise, look, the National Media Commission has become perhaps the most useless institution in this country. And
did you just say that? The National Media Commission has become what? Perhaps the most useless institution.
I'm sorry to say, it's a difficult one to say because of my relationship with George, but it's not about George, it's about the institution, it's about the National Media Commission.
Is it about the commission and even how the politicians put people on and then who becomes sometimes board chair and all of that? Is that part of the problem?
That is part of the problem, but that is a problem only because the individuals on there are also part of, the whole societal decadence that I've talked about.
How do you mean?
Why? If you were put there as a representative of the president, you get on there and you are elected as chair. The Constitution makes it clear what you should do. The NMC Act makes it clear what you should do. You are not at the beck and call of the president. You are not supposed to please the president or the government of the day. But what do we have? We have a situation where the Ghana Journalists Association, in collaboration with all other media actors, decide to act against the abuses that we are witnessing on journalists. And you have the chairman of the National Media Commission come to attack the GJA for that action. And subsequently, what do we see? We see that the persons who are blacklisted go to the GJA almost like kneeling down to beg for forgiveness. And that you have the national chairman of the Media Commission saying things to the contrary. Meanwhile, that is the institution that is supposed to ensure the highest journalistic standards in the country. And that therefore includes protecting journalists. Look, the National Media Commission, I think we are where we are in terms of the media community and the decadence that we are witnessing in the media. Also because we've had a media commission that is not prepared to work. Till date, the National Media Commission doesn't even have a website that would enable even students, GJA students, to go on there and say, oh, who are the commissioners? What are the functions? When was it established? What is the NMC Act? And so on and so forth. Why on earth would, up to today, the Media Commission wouldn't even have a website? Why? And ask yourself, over the course of the last 5 years or 6 years.
I'm looking at it now. They have a website, National Media Commission.
Oh, well, then maybe that is very, very recent.
They do.
And then I'm sorry about that. That is very, very recent, and we are happy about that. Okay. Because the last time I did, they didn't have a website.
How long ago was this?
This must have been like maybe 6-7 months ago or so.
Okay.
And I'm saying that, look, we have a media commission. Today, they even issue a statement, and people are ready to say, look, to hell with the National Media Commission. We don't care about it. You have a media commission. When Manasseh did the militia in the heart of the city, the media commission sat down and said, "Oh, this was unethical, just so that they could give the government a briefing space." You ask yourself, what is the National Media Commission doing? It has to take the NCA to shut down radio stations in Boku. And I say, look, the NCA shouldn't get into that terrain where they say that a media organization, as a result of its content, should be shut down, because the NCA is an arm of the executive. And if you allow that to continue, a time may come, they say, oh, we don't like what JoyNews is doing, or what JoyNews is doing has implications for national security, and then we want to take it down. We shouldn't get there. It should be the work of the National Media Commission.
All right.
But we have a commission that is not working.
Interesting points, but Sweetie Abochi, we decided to check. He says about 6-7 months ago there was no website, and indeed it's been a while. But now, interestingly, they do have something. But what are your remarks on the website?
It needs work, but
it needs work.
It needs some work.
It needs a lot of work.
It looks like it was just they just dumped some information there to create something. I don't know.
Well, maybe it could be a starting point. Yeah. But let's bring in Afil Money on something else that I got. By the way, Suleiman Abraima, there are many people reacting
Abdul Rahman Mohammed says, brilliant submission. And this one came through. He has added his name so I can read it. Togbi Dr. Nyaho Nyaho Tamaklu. I'm sure you know whom I'm speaking of. He says, Suleiman Abrahima has hit the nail right on the head. Thank him on my behalf. So Suleimana, Dr. Nyaho Nyaho Tamaklu says you are doing great.
But I wanted him to react to some of the things that Suleimana said.
And I will let him do that in addition to this bit, because even as we talk about it, I always want to come back home. I feel part of the problem as well is this thinking that, oh, my face is on TV or my voice is on radio and this, so I am somebody. I think that is also that characterization. You see people come into this industry and after a little while, they've developed airs and they feel they are walking on air, right? That is why all the time when people, and we've seen some incidents that also reveal what people would do just to live a certain lifestyle. That is part of the problem we're dealing with. You don't have to live to anybody's expectations. I am who I am. When I get to a certain point and I can drive a certain car, I drive. Until then, I make do with what I have. I don't live above my means. And it's this trap of being a celebrity.
Yeah.
Too many media people are going around trying to act like celebrities. So me, wherever I go, when they start, oh, celebrity, I tell them, no, I'm not a celebrity. Because I am not. Who is a celebrity? I think that is a piece of the puzzle we are missing. People get in here and they think, once I'm on TV and there's, hey, I am this, and I must live up to certain expectations. That's part of the problem.
And I did state from the outset that some people are in the media for wrong reasons. Some have not been called, and this is a profession which is a calling. And so as a result, we experience all kinds of infractions, the standardless journalism and all that. So we need to, and I'm happy Sam Jonah hit the nail right on the head. So what he did was not only to, and the address was not media-centric, the address also covered other sections of the society. Judiciary, corruption, right. A lack of accountability in protecting the public purse. And it was a holistic look at our situation as a nation. It can be likened to a State of the Nation address, but it's more objective than what we hear, which is littered with all kinds of propaganda. But this is objective analysis of the Ghanaian situation. So some says some as the media, but he urged the media to repurpose journalism. Suleiman, I agree with him. You could hear the frustration, the lamentations in the presentation. Yes, to the sense of they describe Media Commission as the most useless institution in Ghana. Some will decide, but he's entitled to his opinion. So, in the face of this crisis, the media must rise above the fray. By virtue of what we do, we exercise oversight responsibility over all arms of government. We are supposed to be the conscience of the public. So if the media get it right, then we are inclined to believe that others, we can whip others in line so that we rediscover ourselves as a serious nation, as a beacon of democratic accomplishment in Africa, as a country which values freedom of the media, as a country which is also a beacon of rule of law, as a country which lives in peace with itself and peace with the rest of the world. This the media can do by repurposing journalism. And how do we do it? By discovering what we are supposed to do, by going back to the drawing board, by doing introspection, serious introspection, which Ben alluded to. We need to look within ourselves. Where are we going wrong? How do we rectify our wrongs and regain the confidence and respect as the fourth estate of the realm? It is not for nothing that the media or journalism is described as the best profession in the world. According to Pulitzer, the best profession is not law, it's not politics. Even politics will give you unfettered access to cash legally. The best profession is not peaceful, even though it comes with intrinsic anointing. The best profession is journalism. So we need to live up to expectation as practitioners of the best profession in the world by holding to account people in positions of power, by doing the right thing. Because we cannot, we cannot exhibit disconnect between what we do and what we preach. We should preach professionalism, we should preach objectivity, we should act objectively, we should objectivize whatever we do. We should, as a media institution, responsible media institution, we should tell our stories, we should shape our programs, we should design our discussions to ensure that this nation rediscover itself and be on the trajectory of advancement in all dimensions.
And maybe as we cap off the conversation, there's an interesting bit as well I'd like to put to, and I'm sure Suleimana Brahima as well will have a reaction. But before that, Abdul Rahman Aaron Godo on the mainstream says, congratulations, Mr. Brahima. You've always been serious with what you do. This is traceable to our days in UCC when we were both residents of Valco Hall. And keep doing your best. Appreciation. That's the message in there. Solomon Nyantichi says, Suleimana Brahima is absolutely right. The NMC is, okay, I'll not go on to repeat that, and I can't believe it is headed by blah, blah, blah. Okay, so my final bit to you, though, when you think, if you move away from the financial influences and how people are poor, so sometimes a media person may be trying to make ends meet, so he's pandering or she is pandering. If you don't have that moral compass, it becomes difficult. Some of us don't care. And we've been bashed from both sides. We remain in the middle and we don't care when whose ox is God. We'll say it as it is. But there's also this bit about fear. Fear. Look at our rankings when it comes to the, what do you even call them? The media, the indices and the rest. We've been falling over the years. Look at how many media houses, UTV, XYZ, even here at some point, you've had people rush in, beat people. Do X, do Y, do Z. People may have a problem with, what's his name? The Tiger IPI gentleman. What's his name again? No. Is it the one who got killed? Ahmed Swale, the name, because of Ahmed Swale and everything. Yes, you may have your problems. But if you look at that trajectory, you also begin to understand why some people will see black and say it is white. For fear of the consequences. And some of us get that fear. We get that fear. We have been pursued, sent messages, called. Obviously, if you can't stand by it, people will fall away. And that question is to both of you, Suleimana and Afil Moni. I'll start with you, Suleimana, and then we'll wind down on the conversation. Because with your investigations, I'm sure you get quite a bit of that as well.
Ben, I always say that on the African continent, given the governments we have and the governance that we have, if you are a journalist and the government is happy with you, then you are not doing journalism. because we have governments that really are not pursuing the interests of the people. And journalism is about the interests of the people. And therefore, at all times, you would be on the opposite side. And so if you are doing journalism and the government is happy with you and praises you and all of that, then maybe you are doing something else. That's the starting point. And therefore, if you want to do journalism, then you should tell yourself that, look, this is my calling. I am representing the interests of the people. If, as a result of my work, the government is okay, that's fine. If the government is not okay, well, that's my job to do. The threats and the fear that you are saying is real. We are all human beings. I get people sending me messages to say, hey, but you guys, are you not afraid? Do you have security in your house? Do you have bulletproof car? This kind of thing that you are doing and this kind of society that we are in now, I'm afraid for you. Well, I tell people, if that is what I have to do, that is what I must do. It's either I do that or I join the other side. Look, Ben, some of the people in politics today were my mates. I wouldn't say that they were smarter than me. There are some of them who got third class, second class lower. I graduated with first class. In my master's program, I was the overall best student. I think that I'm as smart as some of them who are there. Some of them have multiple houses, multiple cars, and so on and so forth. It is either you choose to be there or you choose to do what you want to do. Yeah. And if you choose not to be there, then do what you want to do and do it right. I mean, we just started the fourth estate just less than 3 years ago, or about 3 years ago. And, you know what has happened. This is just online. We don't have a radio. We don't have television station. It's all about doing the stories and doing it right. There are people out there who still love this country and would want to see people do the right thing. I commend multimedia all the time because throughout the turbulence, multimedia has stood up to the test. Whether MPP is in power or NDC is in power, multimedia is often accused of not supporting government or being against government. And for me, that is journalism. So the fear is real, but I tell people, look, if you want to do journalism, do it. Whatever the case, as President Akufo-Addo said, all die be die. Whether you do the right thing or you do the wrong thing, one day you will die. But stand up for your conscience. And always remember that you also want to be remembered one day for doing something right. But otherwise, I don't think that it is the richest people who die and they get all the national and international acclaim. When Nelson Mandela died, and the funeral was a global funeral, it wasn't because he was the richest man in the world. It was because he stood up for some principles. Muhammad Ali, it's not because he was, just the greatest boxer or the richest person. It is because he stood up for some principles. Kwame Nkrumah is still celebrated. You go to the AU headquarters at Addis and his statue is there. It's not because he was the richest Ghanaian who ever lived. It is because he stood up for some principles. So when I look at people, especially our leaders who
and if I may briefly add, Busumuru Kofi Annan of blessed memory, I guess at some point the reflection was that he had he was worth $5 million or something of the sort. Nothing compared to the big business tycoons and the rest. But look at his reputation. When you mention his name, it's not in the money he had; it's in what he stood for.
Exactly. So for me, my encouragement, especially to the young ones, and that is why we have started this Next Generation Investigative Journalism Fellowship, to see if we can tap people young and groom them. And then, look, the Fourth Estate, the current staff that we have on the Fourth Estate or doing the Fourth Estate project, maybe 3 of them or so are people that you would say have more than 5 years journalism experience. The rest of them, maybe 2 years, came to do national service, came to do the fellowship, and we tap them in. It's about the orientation and the values that people stand for. Yeah. If they have it, they would be able to do the impactful thing. And I think that is why multimedia, over the years, you've done the right things. The fear is real. The government doesn't want to budge. There are clandestine moves, sometimes stifling media organizations of their advertising revenues, sometimes calling editors to say, why did you put this up and why not that? To the extent of sometimes doing the weird things of even asking, why did you use this picture of the president instead of the other picture? This is the situation that we are in. Right. And I would encourage those who want to do journalism to know that they have power. But that power would only come up if they do their work and do it right. We've been to Kumasi in 2016 elections. We were in Kumasi with the chairman of the NMC.
We have to wrap because of time, but you conclude.
Yes, with the chairman of the NMC, then other members of the NMC, other media academics, we visited the radio station, talked to them about the infractions that we were monitoring and recording on their platform, and they said, yeah, we know all this that you are saying, but we want our party to come to power, and so we'll continue to do what we are doing, which you think is unethical. And they just said it like that, and nobody could take them on. So that is the situation we are in. We have to just appeal to the moral conscience of people to do the right thing.
Thank you so much. So the fear is real, but we have power. How would you cap it up?
Journalism is not for the lily-livered and chicken-hearted. I made a point yesterday, best repeating, that journalism is for courageous, brave people who have been called to practice the best profession in the world, that is journalism. So even though we need to always look at the back of our memory that journalism is not cash rich, but risk-prone profession. So once
you're using terms here again,
like
not cash risk,
but risk-prone.
Prone.
Yeah. So once you are in it, know that by virtue of being on the side of rectitude,
right,
by being on the side of truth, by holding people to account for their misdeeds, they will come after you. Why urge journalists not to fall easy prey to attacks? We should be quoting cheap martyrdom, but we should be unafraid and unintimidated as long as we are on the side of truth.
So, in simple terms, let's be fearless, let's be independent,
credible,
let's be credible, the way Benjamin says it. But that's why I slightly disagree with Sir Sam Jonah, that he can't trust journalists, to be credible in covering the elections. We can trust some journalists. You can trust us.
I don't think he necessarily meant it as a blanket that every last one.
I'm just saying that there's still hope. There's still a few of us out there who are doing the work for God and country. So that is where we are wrapping up. But do you want to share any final thoughts here? So that's the end. We spoke to, in studio here with us, is Dr. Roland Afelmoni. He's a former GJA president.
And Roland is my colonial name.
So you just go by Afelmoni now. Okay, great. And we also, Suleimana Brahima also joined us on phone. He's the executive director for Media Foundation for West Africa. And of course, the Benjamin Akapo.
Yes, a big Ben.
With us. But there's still more to come. The National Union of Ghana Students is working to ensure students have the best of conditions to study in. It's appalled by how long the teacher strike has gone on for. It's also given its take on President Akufo-Addo's statements that the national service personnel are underutilized. That's the conversation coming up next with NUG's President Trema Opong Daniel. He's our guest later on in the show. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. The NUG's President, Trema Opong Daniel, has joined me in the studio. Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you.
How are you doing this morning?
Fine, by grace.
Yeah? You have a lot to say on some of the things happening in the country. Let's start with the education in the sector, of course. The ongoing strike, which was suspended about a month ago. And as we speak, there's a meeting ongoing, or there are a series of meetings ongoing to seek some sort of conclusion to this matter. But what is your assessment of the situation?
All right, we want to extend warm greetings to the over 12.5 million Ghanaian students who are watching this show. I know a lot of our students are following, wanting to hear a lot happening in the educational sector. I've always opined that, especially in an election year, whatever thing that decides election mostly has to do with education. Right from some years ago, where we had the FQ, we had the introduction of free senior high school, we had a lot of introductions when it comes to education. So education is a key priority that the National Union of Ghana Students doesn't joke with. As our motto goes, education is a right and not a privilege. I think we are at a point worried at the consistent strike actions that is happening over the past years. It's not just this year alone. Almost past 10 years plus, we've been having consistent strike actions from these teacher unions, which is very detrimental to the progress of our education in this country. So as the student front, that are direct benefits of our educational system, we sit back and we find it very problematic and quite distressing, especially when we come to school to study and then you sit back and within a short while teachers are going on strike, within a short while others are also going on strike. And it's worrying, and it's becoming more or less like a political thing, that at a point people who are leading some of the unions take an entrenched position even after consistent meetings or not. It's very detrimental to our front. So one thing we've been pushing over the past years is the non-politicization of our educational system. We feel that if you are politicizing anything in this country, one of the key places that should not be politicized is our educational system. And immediately the educational system is politicized, it affects the very fabric of our young people in this country, because the general transformation and metamorphosis happening when it comes to shaping the minds of our young people all has to do with education. So in case immediately we find a hitch with the educational system, it affects all young people in this country. So whenever there's a strike, it's something that keeps us worried.
So as we speak, the teachers are back in the classrooms, pending a conclusion to the meetings. Is that correct?
Yes. So I visited the ministry, I think, last 2 days. I think upon getting there were a lot of consistent meetings, and it stayed throughout the night. It started around 10 to even the late evening 8 there, which clearly tells you that at a point they are also not sitting aloof in watching these things go, because
the ministry, you mean?
The ministry,
okay. The Ministry of Education.
Exactly. I went there to monitor most of the things happening, because we didn't want to sit back and always come to the media, and now we are calling. We want our teachers to get back, not take an entrenched position. I went there to make an inquiry on a swift measure that could be put in place to get our teachers back. So when I went there, fortunate enough, all the union leaders were there to sit with the Ministry of Education, Director General of Education, and all the others to find practicable measures in solving the solution. We feel that this is long due, that we should have a permanent solution to this. We shouldn't be having a lot of consistent strike each and every year, because next year is going to happen again. The next 2 years is happening again, and we tend to politicize everything. So I feel there should be a roadmap, there should be a plan that will help curb this particular thing once and for all, because it doesn't happen in other jurisdictions. So why is it always happening in Ghana? We could find an antidote to this particular issue. And I do believe if that is done, we'll go a long way in helping. And it's not just the ministry, the teacher unions as well. I think we should be able to, as stakeholders, sit and then fine-tune a plan so that these things doesn't reoccur again. Because said if two elephants are fighting in the forest, there's grasses that surface.
In this case, you are the grass. But have you had any engagement with the teachers unions so far? Have you had any conversations with them?
All right, so when it started, especially with the basic school, we started engaging some of the teacher unions, 1 or 2 of them, to find out what is really happening. And at a point, some of them have genuine issues that they feel should be well addressed. But amidst all these particular worrying issues that I feel the ministry is also having, 1 or 2 issues they are also encountering. For us as students, we always take a biased position that if for nothing at all, things should be right so that education could continue. So we've been engaging them whenever there's this issue. Almost every student in Ghana is calling our office to find out the next steps the National Union of Ghana Students is taking to ensure our teachers are getting back. As a union that believes in stakeholder engagement, swiftly, always I'm at the Ministry of Education almost each and every time to find out what is happening, to send issues worrying the student front. And good enough, we've had a ministry that at a point is ready to accept most of the worrying issues of the front.
Right. Let's shift our focus to this national service scheme. In the Vice President's flag bearer of the NPP's bold solutions for the future, he said that he wanted to make national service optional. But a few days ago, the President launched a 10-year policy framework for the national service scheme, saying that as it stands, the personnel are underutilized. And you have something to say on that front.
All right, so we've had our own take on the national service brouhaha, because we feel that, you see, when we get to a time where national service, though we love the optional idea, but
you do?
At a point, yes, but we have our own suggestions to the optional. Because it's made that today myself, Chairman Daniel, sitting here, enters and then becomes thoroughly optional for me. Most of our Ghanaian students will not want to engage themselves in national service. And as we are making provisions that in case myself, I complete school, I get a job, and I make presentations that I've gotten this particular job, then there are exceptions for those special groups of people. Else, we might get to a stage in our country where the spirit of volunteerism, the spirit of patriotism will all leave our young people, especially in our current situation, which is very detrimental. We have most of our youth don't want to volunteer anymore and even give out their all in helping. And the main reason why most of these things were initiated was that we institute or we inculcate that sense of patriotism, that sense of volunteerism. We've been having a lot of worrying issues, especially when one gets a job or one is even traveling out of the country and all that and need the national service would the national service certificate becomes key thing that will augment whatever thing they are doing. We always opine that it should be an option. So when these things are coming in of making it optional, what we understand is that there should be a section where if you're having a job, if you're having anything you want to do, you present those tasks and then you are exempted.
But I think that's what he meant. That's what Baumia meant.
We are making it general that imagine we are all done, I can decide to do the service or not.
Okay.
And if that door is open, we have a lot of our students out there who on a normal day will not want to do. And when it comes to the underutilization of national service personnel, trust me now, most of our service personnel will want to be having all their service at Ghana Gas, Ministry of Finance and all this. So you get to some of these places and most of these service personnel are sitting outside doing nothing. So I understand the president's take on the underutilization of the national service in this country. I feel one key area that we are not focusing much of our attention on is agriculture.
Okay.
So on our education conference on Monday, one thing we'll be proposing is that the agriculture bit of our education should be made key. As we are focusing on STEM, we should have STEAM, which have science, technology, engineering, agriculture and mathematics. We should have that said, because if we want to change the very fortunes of our country, one of the key things or one of the key areas we should focus on is our agriculture. And that is what the National Service Scheme should also be tuning the minds of service personnel who want to have service in that particular sector as well. We've had that mindset that right after school, you should find yourself in a very comfortable job, sitting under the air condition and all that, forgetting that that particular area, if probably we've psyched this up, we could also send personnel, we could also develop our personnel through that very avenue in changing the very fortunes and economy of this country.
Were you engaged? Did the government engage you before forming this policy framework? Was there any kind of engagement at all?
We were at the launch of the program.
Oh.
Yeah, we were invited to be there to witness the policy and everything. But we didn't have any thorough engagement with us on our take on what will be inculcated or what is forming the framework of the policy that was coming up.
But what's your take on the policy itself?
Do
you think that it's a step in the right direction? Because again, you mentioned that you agree with the president that the personnel are underutilized. Of course, a lot of people don't want to go and serve in, the CNC somewhere in some village where they don't have access to internet and good roads and stuff. So what's your take on it?
All right, so I connect with what the president said, that at a point, when the vice president made an announcement on national service being optional, a lot of our national service personnel and most of our students were happy. Why? Because when they get to these places, they are not doing anything. Most of these national service personnel tend to be people others have been sending to buy stars for them, delivery guys and all those kind of things. So if possibly, we clearly understand the underutilization. So if we are making, there should be provisions. That is why the policy is suggesting that there shouldn't be a chunk of our NSS personnel, all centered in Accra, the ministries. Nobody will want to get to those places. You see, when you travel to some of the villages, it has no national service personnel there. When you travel to some of the areas, it has no national service. When you get closer to national service per their data, sometimes most of the companies, IT companies and all the others need service personnel who could work there, but everybody wants Ghana Gas, everybody wants Ministry of Finance. So the underutilization then comes in. So if you are bringing up a policy that will help with the proper segregation, that will help with the proper segmentation of these national service personnel to specific areas that needs our services, I do believe productivity will also go high and also serve the main purpose why the National Service Scheme was established.
Before we talk about the NUGS Education Conference coming up, I just want to clarify that not only do they want to disperse personnel into appropriate places or places where they need help, but they want to offer mentoring, training, and some other skills training, IT skills training, which is something that doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
So that's the question I was asking, whether do you think that this is a solution to our problems, the problems of national service personnel?
All right, so when you get to national service, even currently I noticed they've started some IT trainings and all that. You see, I feel we've gotten to that stage in life where we would have to critically and intentionally equip our youth coming up. Because here is the case, one finishes NSS, you get closer to the person and there's nothing to write home about. So if we are going to put such strategic initiative to train to equip the young one, then trust me, even after completing and you have no job, you equipped 1 or 2 skills that could help you maneuver your way through this difficult moment we find ourselves in.
Right. So now tell me about this NUGS Education Conference.
All right, so the NUGS Education Conference is a program that we are trying to engage various sectors, especially in our educational sector, to voice out most of the worrying issues affecting us in our educational sector and also know what is really happening in our educational sector. We had the first one in Kumasi at KNUST. We invited over 2,000 plus student leaders from different places, from senior high schools, from tertiary, from teacher trainees and all that, to come and engage the ministry on happenings in our educational sector. We feel we should, this being a strategic year, we should have strategic meetings with every stakeholder in this particular country. So soon we'll be engaging the Ministry of we've engaged the Ministry of Education, we're engaging the Ministry of Energy, we'll be engaging the presidency, we'll be engaging even presidential aspirants who are running for various positions, because always it's the youth who's been deciding the elections of this country. So it will be very imperative we set up the stage to have them engaged. Then student leaders could then point out what are the new things that are coming into our educational sector. What is the new development that is coming, especially when we sit in a country where a statutory funds that funds education in this country has been capped, which is the GET fund.
Yeah.
We still stand on our feet to clearly say. Still, we are still pushing, and during the educational conference, we are going to hit on it.
Okay.
The next time we'll be coming, we'll be in the street, we'll be picketing and telling the government and even policymakers why we should uncap GET fund, because that's the main statutory fund that is funding a lot of things happening in the country. I see a lot of people speaking about classrooms under trees. I see a lot of people speaking about a lot of happenings, though we are seeing a lot of development in our educational sector. If we don't uncap GET fund, it will be very difficult to see a lot of development happening in our student front. And we want to send it clearly out there that the student front, we are never quiet. Whenever there's any worrying issues, we'll never take a certain position that will benefit anybody. Once there's any worrying issue, we'll be very strong, fearlessly speak at those issues to ensure Ghanaian students are okay. So
you've been very vocal about, GET fund, these teachers strike. I keep seeing your name pop up in articles about how you want to make government do right by students.
Exactly. I mean, if by the time I'm leaving office, if I should be remembered for one thing, I think one thing I want to be remembered for is I played a pivotal role in the uncapping of GET fund. And I want to send it across that student leaders or every student in the country is never going to sleep. We are not going to sit aloof until GET fund is uncapped. Immediately, the reason why we are very passionate about the uncapping of GET fund is that in the old days when they were establishing GET fund, NUGS played a fulcrum role in its establishment. So the main reason why we established it was basically to support our educational system, serve as a shock absorber to our educational system. But here we get here today and something different is happening, we've capped it. So one of the key things we'll be focusing on, especially during the program that I'll be speaking of, it's about the uncapping of GET fund. I want to also give the various sectors an opportunity to enlighten Ghanaian students on what is happening in the educational sector. And good enough, anytime you go there, they are ready to accept us. Anytime we send our issues, they are ready to listen. We'll be coming up with huge issues. We'll be coming up with more issues in the coming days. It's happening on the UPSA campus on Hine Konadu Auditorium, exactly on the 22nd of April, which is on Monday, 8 a.m. And we are expecting all students to come there to engage the ministry. This is not just the normal talk where we invite people to just come and speak and then they leave. We will be engaging the Minister for Education, Director General of GS.
There you have it on your screen. So I'm sure they'll put it back on the details on the flyer. The Capitals Edition, NUGS Education Conference. This is the second time you're doing this, right? Happening at the UPSA Auditorium, you say?
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll be inviting all these speakers. We'll be speaking on national service. Now, a lot of our students are asking questions on national service. We're inviting the Executive Director of National Service. Student leaders can now boldly get closer to these stakeholders and then ask whatever question that is worrying them. Always it's been us. This particular time, I want to give them an opportunity to ask genuine questions that is worrying them. Issues on free senior high school, issues on tertiary education, issues on accommodation, and other worrying issues affecting our students. So we are inviting all students, we are inviting all media stations, including JoyNews and all the other media stations, to be there and cover this particular event. And we are hoping that even in the coming days, we'll be able to change the fortunes of our educational sector.
Well, congratulations, Chairman Opong. You're doing great.
Thank you.
So you mean all students, junior high, senior high, tertiary?
All students,
all students.
Since NUGS captures every student in Ghana, so we are inviting each and everybody to be there.
Well, thank you
You're welcome.
for doing this. Stakeholder engagement is always important in national development agenda. So do well to attend. It's the NUGS Education Conference happening next week, Monday, at the UPSC Auditorium. But there's still more to come. We'll hear from SOS Children's Villages. It's been a transformative force for 50 years, providing crucial support and care to vulnerable children and families across the nation. So we'll tell you how to support them on this feat and ensure it works better. Stay with me. Is doing